Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. Thank you for all the birthday messages that have been flooding in during the pre-roll. I appreciate all the kind words. Let's get this screen blocker out of the way. Actually, before I get this out of the way, have any of y'all seen this? I'm gonna post it on my official YouTube thing, but did y'all know I had a custom art piece done? Isn't that slick? Look at that. Slap that on full screen. That's I'm working into getting that as the channel banner. Though I'm gonna have to talk to the artist to get it in a few. Our local emote artist made that, Vain Warlord, but it's super awesome. I need to get that. Yeah, I know it's my Discord pick. Yeah. Oh man. All right, but that's enough of the sweet artwork. Do y'all like the troglodyte sleeping in the front? I decided that's Chloe's Warhammer representation. It's the Chloeodon. Speaking of which, man, she nearly got a squirrel today. She caught him, but he managed to. While they were having their epic struggle, it looks like he managed to kind of kick her in the face enough to get away from her and get up a fence, which I was very glad for because I didn't want to clean up dead squirrel. So. Thankfully, our resident rodent murderer over here, Chloe, hey, is thankfully not super great at finishing the job. And yeah, it is the Lunar New Year today, which I don't recall that ever being a thing on my birthday. Can't remember Chinese New Year being on my birthday before, but that's kind of nifty. Dawson coming in early with before I even boot anything up with a $25 donation. Says Zola decreed he would revel in his red host kindness and march forward to victory. But yeah, I am a wonderful 27 years old today. Somehow, we've made it this far, for better or worse. Also, something else I'm super excited for. Look at this. Fucking finally. Finally, the Skaven book for Age of Sigmar. It's being released alongside the updated Ghoul King book, and I'm so fucking excited. Like, I know some of y'all don't like Age of Sigmar, but I've really come around on it, and man, I'm excited. These are gonna be good. Because last time they gave us Skaven, it was just Clan Pestilence, and it sucked. Now it's all of Skavendom back together again. So it's Gracier Clan, Clan Pestilence, Clan Molder, Clan Eshin, Clan Skarier, and the Warlord clans all back together. The band's back together, guys. The Skaven band is back together. Also, I'll go ahead and show you all this since it's my birthday and we're just celebrating random crap. Check this out, guys. So my face cam is a bit blurry. You might try upping your settings. You should be able to go all the way up to 1080p, which will clean it up. But I wanted to show y'all this as well. It's just gonna be a flash, but this is the script for the next Legendary Lord video. This is how we're doing so far. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 pages in. History is nearly done. So I hope y'all are looking forward to a doozy of a Legendary Lord video. It's gonna be pretty wild. It's gonna be pretty wild. Alright, so let's go ahead and get a game going. So I am really feeling some Krokgar today. Oh, baby, am I feeling some Krokgar today. Especially, I haven't played him on the Festag patch, so I don't know if there's maybe been some updates to the AI. to make things a little more interesting on his end of things. But yeah, that's longer than half my published papers. Well, on average, most Legendary Lord videos are somewhere in the ballpark of 10,000 to 15,000 words. That one, which it is Belegar Ironhammer. Yes, it is. For Carrick 8 Peaks weeks, it's finally happening. It's finally happening. Those are probably... Belegar's alone is probably going to be about 20,000 words. How much is the Skaven book? I don't know. They haven't released the price yet. I saw on Steam or on Reddit, somebody leaked the price of the new models and the new books. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Let me go to the AOS subreddit. Because I'm curious too, because you bet your butt I'm going to buy the crap out of it. May the old ones bless you with sharp teeth and scaly skin. That'd be a super unfortunate thing to actually get. Could you imagine being like how derpy us humans are, and you were gifted with like sharp teeth? Like, imagine how much biting your tongue would be agony if you were like a lizard boy. It'd be like 1,000 times worse. Curse, I saw your message. I even responded to it. Yeah, I am a little I'm a little worried at how fast we're growing around here, because keeping up with it is it's getting really hard. It's getting super hard. Oh, here we go. U.S. prices. So everything comes out on the 16th of February. Yep, 16th of February. Skaven book. Battle Tomes. Skaven is going to be $50. Flesh Eater Courts is also going to be $50. So they're the price of $50. Wow. But if they're anything like the more recent books, they're going to be fucking huge.
I am Tyrion.
Thanks again, everyone, for all the happy birthday wishes. I really appreciate it. We're gonna go hard in the paint today, as Turin would say. Yeah, I just want to play Daddy Crockgar today, though. Let's just do hard. I don't feel like busting my balls over it. Don't search Rule 34 for Warhammer Lizardmen. Nemanja, so I do a really good job of keeping an eye on the pulse of the Warhammer Fantasy community, and unfortunately I have discovered that Lizardmen are indeed probably the most popular race in some fashions. What the fuck is that thing? Did y'all see that? Dosik donating even more? $35 should be enough money for the Skaven book. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, I appreciate that. Did y'all see that random Asian dude pop up for like half a second? Hold on, let me go check Streamlabs real quick. This is Mortal Empires. I don't play Vortex super often because I like having all the different races active.
O mighty Crockgar, you find yourself far from home.
Oh, you could choose a GIF. Okay, that must be a new feature.
Yet you are
okay, thanks, Dosik. I was about to be like, what the fuck? I'm about to go check it out.
Although their interpretation
Single dollar.
Of the great plan may differ
okay, thank you.
yours.
I was super confused. I was like, I didn't put that there.
Beyond the jungles lie the barren deserts of the dead. You will find no allies here, and the mountains are
got a
not
new fan installed.
Kind.
If y'all can
Yet
see that, it's up and running.
If you are to
Thank
join
the Lord.
your geomantic strands to the nodes in Lustria. Beware, too, of the living. The warm bloods that dwell in these lands make constant war upon one another. And
that's not how it's pronounced. Sorry. Pronunciation is not my strong suit. That's a known factor.
Fulfillment of the great plan depends upon your control of the Southland's ferocious lord. Expand your realm.
Thank you again, everyone, for the nice, the kind words. Let's go ahead and go through hellos for today. We've got Lord Saticus, Undertaker, Nomadic, Cat, Joseph. We got that one guy, Lord. Wait, I already said Lord Saticus, didn't I? Yeah, I did. We got Turin in here. Turn, not Turn. We got Ungulf, Rusty Shackleford, Home Slicer, bringing it in with the sponsor. That's what they're called on YouTube. We got Llama Boy, Almad Zolgul, Marcos Gonzalez, Curse Fanatic. I'm gonna guess that's Jorge, not George, but you never know. We got Shane Michael, Clean as Nurgle. That's an auspicious name. Alistair, Talos, Dragracer02, Hyperion, Mossborn 54 with the Year of the Red Host. Yep. Oh, guys, we've literally got the Lizardmen Skaven DLC coming up so soon. I feel it in my blood, guys. I know CA knows it's my birthday, and I know they're gonna release it soon because they have to. I know it. We've also got Mr. Oz, or Mr. Zeros, one of those two. NWLR TV, Dimitri, good to see you. Queekhead Taker, I'm probably going to be spearing you in the face in a little bit. Dosict, of course. Thanks again for the donations, brother. I really appreciate it. Is that every? Swiss Bank, good to see you. Ion Bully, Braden Sparrow, Daddy Scarab, first name, last name, great name. Thanks for all the happy birthday messages, guys. Tim D, Dark Sword Media, Shagrit, Mamba King, Wubaway, Anders. Appreciate the kind words, brother. How old is Sotek? I'm 27 this year. I feel like I'm older than that, but I'm not. We got Thijs in here. Thijs Jansen. We got Ravzar. Almighty Frigid One. Hi, Cold. Sorry I couldn't get a hold of you yesterday. Home Slicer coming in with the hard $10. Says, happy birthday, my man. Love the videos. Love the streams. And thanks for it all. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Namanja. I'm going to say your name wrong. I'm sorry in case you want to offer. Curse Fanatic also coming in with $10. So here's a present. Happy birthday. And thanks for my favorite YouTube channel, bar none. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Also, hello to Nicholas, Immorty. Thank God the mods are here. 0180, Citizen Kane, Spirit Moon, Misha, Samuel, Turn Bar donated $20, who says, what's that? Felix, what the? I need to turn up my own stream quality. I can't even read it. To Streamlabs. I'll tell you what, guys, installing that new fan, I can be a handy person. My old man's a handyman, but I am not. He says, Felix Natales. Oh, okay, that's a way of saying happy birthday in a different language. And may you have many years of leading the Lizardmen into battle ahead. Thanks, guys. All right, let's get caught up with the chat here. We got Phoenix Kelly in here and Moonlit Fairy. Good to see you. And I think that's everybody, and anybody that I missed, thanks so much for coming by. We're just gonna have a fun, chill day, and yeah. You really thought I was 23, 24? Nope. If I could go back, I would, though. I've already made, like, my fair share of mistakes that I'd like to hit the undo button. Hey, Shadow! How you doing, brother? Alright, let's get this party started. I want lots of growth because I want to get as big of an empire as I can over the course of this live stream. Hey, Cube! How you doing, brother? I hate that the Skaven can outrun me on this one. Let's set up an ambush. Orc Boss, good to see you. How do I feel about Total War 3 Kingdoms? I think... Okay, so... The thing about Three Kingdoms is it's designed for two audiences. It's designed for the Chinese audience, three audiences. It's designed for the Chinese audience, the historical audience, and a Dynasty Warriors audience. I don't fall into any of those categories. So, I'm interested to play it, but I'm going to be straight with you guys. When I play Three Kingdoms, I'm pretty much going to be looking at it from the perspective of what features in this would make an excellent migration for, like, improving Warhammer 3. I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna play it here on stream, and I might like it. I'm gonna approach it with an open mind, but from what I've seen of it, the campaign looks pretty neat. The battles... 3 audiences, would you describe that audience? Some kind of king. I didn't do that on purpose. I was just being thematically appropriate. Like, I'm looking forward to Three Kingdoms, and I hope it's really good. I hope it's super good. I really want the historical community to have a win. It's been a really long time since I think they've had a game that they really enjoyed, like, collectively. To my understanding, Thrones of Britannia, which I never even played, was kind of met as a pretty response. By the way, anyone who's curious, the only mods I'm using today is I'm playing this game my favorite way, which is 2 skill points for lords only on level up, faster in-turn time camera mod, and better camera mod. That's the only mods I use. So, feel free to memorize that, someone in chat, so that when someone inevitably asks that every 20 minutes, someone can just say that in chat. But yeah, apparently me and the moon are celebrating an interesting day today. Which makes sense. I've always been much more fond of the moon than the sun. If the sun wasn't required for sustainable life on Earth, I'd tell it to screw off because I hate how hot it makes things. Hey, Angry Fennett. Stony Strikes, thanks for the happy birthday wishes. Gerard, thank you. Yeah, me and my family is gonna celebrate my birthday on Saturday, or no, Friday, because I've got a tournament this Saturday. I'm going to be playing in the Eternal Challengers League this Saturday, so I hope you all will come out to Turin's channel and support me, because I'm going to be playing my heart out. So hopefully y'all all will come out and root for me, or somebody, just come out and support it. It's going to be me and 7 other players who have all won in various leagues, and I'm going to be trying to punch people in the face and taking the throne for myself. Because I'll tell you what, I've gotten pretty good, guys, at showing up in big tournaments. At least the first ones. You know, I am the... Fun fact about Lore Master of Sotek, I am the only person ever, other than the announcers, Italian and Turin, who has been involved in every single, ever chosen. I'm the only person who's been in all 3 of them. How is Texas weather? Hot. Let's see what. Yesterday was almost 80. Today it's 75. It's supposed to get down to like the 30s later this week, but yeah, the last day or so I don't like hot weather. And by hot, I mean like if it's higher than 70, that's hot to me. That's a nice fact, but how about the dog in the background? She's moving around on the bed a whole bunch. She's being Chloe. Do I want a Lizardmen lore character in my fantasy character? Cube? I'll message you about that later. Damn you Americans and Imperial system. Sorry, Fahrenheit. 80 Fahrenheit. Not 80 Celsius. We're still alive, don't worry. Yeah, Chloe likes to screw up the bed and move around all the sheets and stuff so she can make like a... She makes like a big thing of netting, almost. Or a big nest that she sleeps in. Alright, we caught the Skaven in an ambush, which means we have unlocked the right of Sotek, which is awesome. Come to Australia, then complain? Yeah, but it's like supposed to be hot in Australia right now. I know y'all are having a horrible heat wave, and I wish you guys the best of luck and stay safe. But like, you know, in summer it gets really fucking hot too. Here, you know, we get up to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, no problem in Texas. Yeah, it's February. It's supposed to be like the middle of cold winter for us. Like it's usually snowing or at least close to snowing on my birthday, and it's freaking like early fall weather here right now. Alright. Inserts calculating. Yeah, I barely understand Celsius. Oh, my Stegodon died? I don't know how. Fucking auto-resolve.
Bloke steel.
Heresy!
Take steel, curse you thing.
Let's go ahead and just sack, and I'll attack it again next turn. I'm gonna milk these Skavens for what they're worth. Spawning of Total and Predatory Fighter. Spawning Convergence. Auto-resolve hates dinosaurs. That's the first time it's been that bad for me in a while. Normally it's a little better than that. Alright, and we'll do the Geomantic stance so I can see far. Auto-resolve doesn't know it's your birthday. Auto-resolve is like, you don't need that Stegodon. Get that shit out of here. Thanks, Justin. Autosave load? Nah, I'm good. I can live without a feral Stegodon. Clean as Nurgle coming in with the colossal $100 super chat donation says, happy birthday, may you get all the favored poxes. I will take the happy birthday and the money. I'm probably gonna go ahead and take an easy pass on the third one. Thanks though. I appreciate the sentiment from Nurgle. Okay. I was nice and auto-resolved, and then you killed my Stegodon, so that's not happening anymore. How old am I? I'm 27. As of today. As the Lizardmen would say, I've been around for 27 solar cycles. Which is... not that is like... just pathetic in Lizardman time. Hopefully I'll live long enough to be able to like keep up with skinks. How close are we thinking for Lizardman Skaven DLC? So I'm gonna be optimistic, guys. I'm gonna be optimistic, and I think because CA surely must have it marked down on their developer calendars that it's my birthday, that they're going to release it in March. April, because they know they have to do 3 Kingdoms in March, but then they're going to be like, you know what, Sotek really wants that DLC, so let's go ahead and get that sucker out by like late April at the latest. Yeah, a lot of people tend to think I'm older than I am because I tend to think I'm older than I am because my soul is old. My parents were always fond of telling me that I was born old. Like, when I was born, apparently I had the appearance and the demeanor of, like, a somewhat angry old man who was already done with life. And my personality has pretty much always reflected that. Whoops, that was a bad miscast. That's optimistic? Well, yeah, they can't release 2 games in the same month. Grace has already told us for a fact that we're not getting the Lizardmen Skaven DLC until after 3K. And we also know that 3K is in March. So it stands to reason that April is the most optimistic we can be. I just hope it's a faster year than last year was. That's my biggest thing. Like, I don't... If they take until May to come out with the Skaven stuff, or Lizardman Skaven stuff, as sad as the... Whoa, mind the warplaning. As sad as that would make me, if they came out with that and then all of a sudden they were like, hey, but here's a Warhammer Fantasy DLC every 2 months, I'd be like, fucking sign me up. Last year was so slow, but Vampirates were really good. Well, so were Tomb Kings. You have to remember, Tomb Kings were technically last year. Barely, but it still counts. How's my boy Krokgar doing down here? Doing good. Shatter, you dumb rats. Get out of here, nobody likes you. Okay, I'm gonna have the Saurus stop chasing the super fast kitey unit because it's just gonna outrun him. There we go. Lore Master Sotek, I will donate $10 if you complete the Cinnamon Challenge? What is the Cinnamon Challenge? If it involves eating anything that's unpleasant, then I'm going to go ahead and say there is no amount of money you could pay me for that, because my anxiety and unpleasant mouth things do not mix well together. Do not mix well together. So no thanks. I value my mental health too much for that. Basically eating a spoonful of cinnamon. I have a suspicious feeling, the fact that it's called a challenge, that it's a very unpleasant experience for whatever reason. Even though I fucking love cinnamon. Gleaming Pennant. I was hoping we get something good. Hola, Skink from Rock Cauliflower, and that's definitely Spanish. Alright, I see the word. I have no idea. Sorry. Learning other languages was not my forte. And when I was younger, Texas education had quite a bit to be desired when it came to learning other languages. You used a cheap-ass translator? Much glory to the Mexican reptiles, which are the skinks. Maybe. I don't know. I'm assuming there's someone in chat that actually speaks Spanish. That would be likely. Hello, skink. Bring glory to the small Mexican reptiles that are the skinks. Duly noted. Thank you. Thanks for the support. No, I don't speak Spanish. Okay. I had glory, and I had Mexican, and I had skinks, and the rest was gibberish to me. Oh, I should have known reptile. Thanks, Christopher. Ay caramba. Oy. Everyone who watched The Simpsons growing up in America knows that. Watch my friend eat a ghost pepper. I have two buds that are super into spicy food, but I don't think they could handle a ghost pepper. But maybe, I don't know. We went to this joint in the city of Denton, which is a little ways from here. Not super far, but it's like a casual drive for Texas, which most Europeans would probably think is horrifying, but because to my understanding, Europeans like freak out at any drive longer than 10 minutes. But which may not be true, but that's just what I've heard. But you know, for Texas, like 30 minutes is close. But anyway, we went to this restaurant that had something called a Hell Burger. And I don't know what the sauce was made out of, but my friends ate it and it was apparently agony. And one of them paid me to try like just a little chunk of it. So I got a pretty good dab of it and ate it, and oh my god. It was agony. Literal, it was just agony in my face. Which Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Edition would I recommend? Cavamenis, if you're fairly okay using a basic structure and expanding the rules to fit things that may not be covered yet, but you're willing to like use the rules you have available and use them to kind of fill in gaps, then I heavily recommend 4th edition over 2nd edition. If you want a rule set that's like 100% complete and is like ready to go and you don't have to do anything and everything you can possibly think of already has like rules and is covered, then I would suggest 2nd edition. 3rd edition I thought was bizarre. I never was a big fan of 3rd edition. And 1st edition is really out of date. Like it's kind of like confusing almost. It's so out of date. 2nd edition was the most supported. Thanks, Gojira. Don't call me that. I am not. I do not answer to that title, because that carries connotations that I do not agree with. Oh, I need to change this. I heard there's a mod that does this. I need to get that mod. It like saves your cameras, your camera settings. Why this is not a thing for the... You know what? I think I actually asked somebody to send it to me over Discord. Now that I think about it. I know I did. What's Lizardman view on death and burial? Lizardmen only... The Lizardmen embalm their dead. Not they mummify their dead. Sorry, they don't embalm them. They mummify them. That's pretty much it. Most, like, on battlefields, most Lizardmen are not cared about if they die, but something that's super important, like a super rare spawning, or a Slan, for instance, they always mummify them. Like, when Lord Mazdamundi, when Lord Croak died, he was literally, granted, he only died in body, not in spirit, because Lord Croak's just ridiculous like that. But he was literally so revered that the skinks went around collecting all the bits and pieces of his body because he had literally been ripped into shreds. So they went and collected all the different pieces and fragments of his body and put him back together, kind of like Humpty Dumpty, but a lot more fleshy and bloody. And then they mummified him, so they really dried out his husk, and he was wrapped in bandages with resin and a bunch of other stuff. And they had a bunch of ceremonial things like, for Slan, whenever a Slan dies and they're mummified, they always get a death mask, so that their eyes are always open, and they're always observing the world around them. That's why they all have that golden mask. What do Lizardmen eat? What you would expect them to. They're reptiles, they can eat, they're animals, sort of, so they eat plants like berries and other fruit that you would find in Lustria. They also eat insects. They eat a ton of insects. A Slan's favorite meal is this really fat maggot-like thing called Ixie grub. And an Ixie grub they're these really fat grubs that hang out in the earth, and they eat natural magic that flows through the earth. They just eat it. So they're super magically charged bugs, and the Slan like to munch on them. They're basically the Slan's version of Cheetos. Saurus... Yeah, Saurus and Skinks and Croxigors will eat meat sometimes. For Saurus, it's super common. Skinks, it's pretty rare, but it can happen. Croxigors will eat fucking anything. But yeah, they'll eat people. They don't fucking care. Most of the time, they don't eat people in like a sense. Like, Lizardmen don't collect people to eat them. It's more of a scenario that, like, if you were fighting them in battle and they were like fighting you, they would not consider it that odd to like bite your face off. They'd just be like, ah, that's just a tool we have available to us because we're terrifying. What's my drink of choice? Coke or water? I don't drink alcohol. It's like I have to take anxiety meds just to survive on this world because my brain's bad. And I have other issues that make it so that I don't think alcohol would mix well with me, so I make the responsible choice of just not doing it. I don't mind being around it. I am super happy to go to a party where people are drinking. I'm just always DD, which works out. I am perma DD, which is designated driver for anyone that's... Gotrek versus the hottest pepper in the universe? Probably Gotrek. There is no word you can put after, or series of words that you can put Gotrek versus... You can put anything you want there, and I'm still going to say Gotrek wins. There is only one being who has ever defeated Gotrek. And after he defeated Gotrek, he immediately resurrected him and just made him stronger. So... Oh, Saurus, intercept! All those rats are just walking past me. Do any of y'all find it weird that, like I do, that he doesn't, that his sacred spawning of Chodol ability, if you're playing campaign, it's a passive you have to it's a passive you buy from your skill tree, but it's just that, it's a passive. But if you're playing multiplayer, it's an actual active ability. Have any of y'all noticed that? Isn't that weird? Gotrek versus Gotrek? Gotrek. It's still a scenario where Gotrek wins. Gotrek versus Chuck Norris? Gotrek. Chuck Norris is great and all, don't get me wrong, but like, the dude fights with his bare hands. That shit's not gonna go far versus the Axe and Criminal. That shit's gonna end real quick. Chuck Norris may wield the power of memes, but what use is memes against a basic demigod?
Talk.
Make Krokgar a little better at fighting. Gotrek versus Anarian the Defender. Gotrek. Don't ask me how, just Gotrek. Where most characters in a lot of fantasy universes have plot armor, which makes them immune to being killed, Gotrek has plot murder, which allows him to kill anything. It's a similar but distinctly different phenomena that is so much more deadly. Least favorite race in Warhammer Fantasy? My least favorite race is probably the Dark Elves. Is Gotrek considered a demigod? If you scale him with demigod power levels in Warhammer Fantasy, yes. He's not called a demigod, and if you called him a demigod, he would probably attack you, or at least be very upset. And now that he has a new Age of Sigmar book out, he is literally just a god. Like, he's not even a demigod anymore, he's just a god. Well, he's not quite god status yet, but he's going to be soon, and I'm so looking forward to that day. It will be a glorious day, because the Realm Slayer book was super fun to listen to. Didn't Thorgrim have Grimnir's axe? Yes, but Grimnir had 2 axes. Uh-oh. I didn't think this dude would rally. Grimnir had 2 axes. One axe he gave to his son Morgrim before he went to fight the Demons of Chaos at the Northern Pole, and the other one he took with him to go fight the Demons of Chaos. And that axe, for some reason, while he was, or actually, I know, but basically what happened was while Grimnir, the god, was fighting the forces of Chaos, he got tricked into letting go of his axe, and it got hurled out of the realm of Chaos, and it went and planted in the earth. It went and planted in the earth in the Chaos Waste, and that's where Gotrek Garnison finds it. And Gotrek Garnison, being the badass he is, becomes absurd, because the axe fused with him on a level that's difficult to explain. It became like a piece of him, and changed him to better suit its needs and will. Because Gotrek. Oh, this is about to be so many dead rats. Beautiful. Krokgar, have you killed Vomik yet? Almost. Is that a warlord? Yeah. Let's buff these Cold One Spear Riders, because I like Cold One Spear Riders and want them to stay alive. Keep fighting! For the old ones! For me!
They flee! We run!
8 Winds of Magic?
Sotek!
Saurus to the front line! 7. Come on, one more tick. These skinks need my help. Thanks, Hatchet's champion. Also, Hatchet Champion, I saw your messages, and I'm sorry to say there are no Chaos Warriors, Chaos Dwarves in Return of Reckoning. I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, that game never got, like, super awesome DLCs to, like, add in more races and stuff. Like, they added in Skaven as a race that you could fight, and you could even play as them for a very, very limited amount of time. But you weren't able to, like, play as them and level up. You could just take over a Skaven in a PvP scenario, and you get to, like, play as them for a little bit, which was fun. Playing a Rat Ogre was hilarious. Because they had a jump ability where you could, like, jump on top of a castle and you would just start fucking wailing on people. They'd be sitting up there, like, shooting, like, all the Shadow Warriors and crap. They'd be like, haha, I'm safe up here. Then you'd leap on the walls and they were just like, oh, fuck! And then you just bitch slap them off the wall to oblivion. It was great. It was an awesome PvP zone. I had a ton of fun with it. Okay, he has to be almost out of ammo. Drakgar, you're needed on the front line. Actually, you know what? I need you to take out this warlord. That's what I really need. I want you guys to fall back. I don't want y'all to die. Is Sotek an old one? No. Sotek is... Sotek is kind of a complicated creature, or being. Sotek... Okay, so first I have to say, nobody knows for 100% sure what Sotek is. There's a lot of theories, and I have one that I'm about to tell you, but note right now that there is no pure canonical right answer about what Sotek is. So as to theories, Sotek, so the old ones are gone forever. Like, the old ones died fighting against the creatures of chaos. Period, end of story. However, thousands and thousands of years after they died, game music is a little loud. Thank you for telling me. What the heck? Oh, I went to the wrong thing. Wait, no, not... Ah! Let's turn down everything just a hair. Maybe one more. There we go. That should be a little better. Anyway, so after the old ones were gone, there was this, for thousands and thousands of years, the Lizardmen didn't have an aim. They didn't have a being that they believed in who was still, like, present in a way they could understand. And because of that, the Lizardmen started to get really lost and started to make a lot of really weird decisions. One of which was that, like, the Lizardmen became really tribal as a society. Which is how we got, like, skink priests who started doing these really bizarre rituals where they would, like, blood sacrifice people, and they'd do all this stuff, and the Slann would be watching, would be like, what the fuck is going on? But the Slann even tried to actively discourage it, but it got to the point where the Slann were just too busy with their own crap, so they just stopped worrying about it. And so the Lizardmen slowly became more and more barbaric, and they, like, forgot how to use a lot of really powerful relics, and they forgot so many things, because it's hard to hold on for knowledge for thousands and thousands of years when a lot of the people who understood how it worked are either gone forever, like they died out, or like the device was only known to a specific Slann and he's dead, or like maybe its knowledge was written down, but the particular wall where the knowledge to use the item had been inscribed on got blown up during a siege, or maybe the tablets instructing how to use this defensive weapon got stolen by thieves. Like, there's just a whole bunch of stuff like that. So, thousands of years later, a twin-tailed comet showed up in the sky. Well, no, that's not entirely accurate. A couple thousand years later, the Skaven showed up in Lustria. And the Lizardmen had no idea what the hell they were supposed to do. They had never fought anything like the Skaven before. They had never fought an enemy who was, like, super sneaky and used really, just clever but in deceitful ways strategies and fought using disease and stealth and creating horrible abominations and all this other stuff and poisoning spawn pools. And the Skaven were like a whole new type of warfare. And so once the Skaven started fighting the Lizardmen in the temple city of Chakwa, there was a prophecy that the Slann had there that told about the coming of the Skaven, because one of the old ones in a last second thing had predicted that the Skaven were going to show up. And so we don't know which old one it was, but whatever old one it was wrote down a prophecy for the Lizardmen to follow. And he said, all right, here's what's going to happen. The Skaven are going to show up. Chakwa is going to be destroyed. And you're going to have to turn to this new god, or you're going to have to turn to this being called Sotek to save you. And here's what you need to do to bring Sotek to the world. And so, in the aftermath of Chakwa being destroyed by a super plague, a skink priest by the name of Tenenhuan found the prophecy and read it and realized that it was happening. And he refused to stand by and do nothing while the Lizardmen were wiped out. Ooh, Armor of Fortune, nice. Where the Slann wanted to sit and contemplate what was going on and like really think about it for really long periods of time. The skinks were dying because the skinks were especially vulnerable to the diseases. The skinks were dying in their thousands. And finally Tenenhuan was like, no, I've had enough of this shit. We're doing something. So he started marching around Lustria with this plaque of Chakwa with him, basically preaching the prophecies of Sotek, and he developed a religion. So not only did you have this skink who could think for himself and was like a totally free-thinking individual, he started actively going up against the Slann. He didn't fight them, but you know they forbade him to keep doing what he did, and he was like, no, I'm not going to listen to you. And he started gathering so much support among the skinks that the Slann were finally like, oh shit, like something serious is going on here. And they said, okay, fine, you can worship Sotek and do whatever, but you have to do it outside of the temple city so you don't bring disease into the cities. And he said, fine. So his cult started picking up more and more and more, and the thing about Tenenhuan was that Tenenhuan was super fucking smart. And he, thanks Malak, I appreciate the kind words. And so he led them, he led the Lizardmen on these like really crazy lightning fast ambushes and would start striking the Skaven where they least expected it. Like he would find them. He would find their hidden cities and their march channels and their tunnels, and he would just swarm in on them. And he used a strat. He's well enough known in the Lizardman book and talked about that we even know the tactics he used. And he had all these tactics that were based on, like, the way you'd expect a serpent to fight. Where he would either, coil around them and apply pressure, crushing them inwards until they were suffocated and died. Or he would use this twin tactic called the Serpent's Fangs, where he would strike from, like, really, really fast from two-pronged directions, and then would immediately fall back as he caused a lot of chaos, and he was just really good. And he started to win more and more and more and more, and kept gathering sacrifices to Sotek. And after there was a really big turning point in the war, which the war between Tenenhuan and the Skaven lasted for 100 years. And there was a big turning point in the war called the Battle of Guacamole Crater. And that's where Tenenhuan, there was this colossal crater where there was this big, huge Skaven army gathering to take on one of the major Lizardman cities and wipe it out. And Tenenhuan found them, and he completely surrounded them, and utilizing like a massive army, because by this point, like, Saurus and Croxagores had started to be inspired by Tenenhuan's words. So Saurus and Kroxigors were leaving the temple cities and Temple Guard. They were all leaving the temple cities and joining up with Ten and Juan's army up against the Skaven, while the Slann continued to do nothing because they were meditating on it. Like 100 years for a Slann is the blink of an eye. That's way too fast for them to make a decision from the way they like to think and work. So the Slann basically barely had time to do anything before the war with the Skaven was already over. In any event, so this massive battle happens, and Ten and Juan like unleashes the Engine of the Gods, which were these colossal artifacts of the Old Ones that were thought lost, and nobody, including the Slann, knew how to turn them on anymore. Like, they just assumed they didn't work, or that the rituals needed to power them were long lost. Ten and Juan went out into the forest and, like, returned 3 days later with a fully functioning Engine of the Gods strapped to the back of a Stegodon, and just rampaged on a Skaven army and just, like, obliterated them. Because he had a couple of them. He didn't have just one. And so he brought out, like, these super artifacts and was, like, easily wiping out the Skaven with them. So anyway, he wins the Battle of Guacamole Crater, and he captures thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Skaven alive as prisoners. Because he just got them cornered and he captured all of them. And he marched all of them to the Amazon River, where he sacrificed all of them in this super ritual that was where he slaughtered so many Skaven that the river Amazon, which is the Amazon River from our world, ran red with blood. When do I think the DLC is coming out? My bet's April, because I refuse to not be optimistic. But please note that is an optimistic prediction. But I'm predicting April because I feel like being optimistic. Anyway, so after the river Amazon ran red, and by this point, probably millions of Skaven, if not at least hundreds of thousands, have been sacrificed to Sotek, a twin-tailed comet appeared in the sky, the symbol of a serpent's forked tongue. And that's when Ten and Juan said, "That's Sotek right there. And all we have to do is keep sacrificing Skaven and feeding Skaven to him. And if we do, we will, that comet will get bigger and bigger until he comes into the physical world." And that's practically exactly what happened. Was it Rig that wrote about Sotek? That's very doubtful. Rig had a super bizarre relationship with the Lizardmen. Because Rig was an old one that explicitly dealt with being female. Like, that was kind of her thing. And the Lizardmen don't have a concept of gender, so they were, like, super confused by her existence and, like, what she represented. It's much more likely that the old one responsible for the prediction of Sotek was probably one of the old ones who was very noted for being able to see the future, or predict the future. I'd have to look at my records to see exactly which ones, but there were a couple of old ones who were really good at seeing into the future. All of them could to some extent, but there was one or two of them that were, like, really, really good at it. Let's make myself tanky, because I find Krogar tends to get beat up on a little easily if you don't reinforce him. Blessed Horn One Riders, don't mind if I do. And give me some of that sweet, sweet skink. What does the Engine of the Gods do? So the Engine of the Gods is, it's an ancient Stegodon that has this big old magical engine on its back. And it takes a skink priest to run it, so a skink priest hangs out on it. And what he does is he activates it, and it can do one of three things. It does one of two things. But it's, excuse me, sorry, that's the old edition. It does three things at once. The first thing that it does is it channels the winds of magic for the Lizardmen, so it makes it easier for them to cast. So, but it has to be selected to a specific wind. So, for instance, if you were playing tabletop, you would be like, alright, it's my magic phase, and I'm going to choose the Wind of Beasts. So, all beast spells would be easier to cast for the Lizardmen. Another thing that it did is it provided this giant bubble, just like the Shield of the Old Ones. It literally created a giant bubble that made it so that all of the Lizardmen in it had a ward save. So I hope it has that ability, either as a passive, or it should have it as a passive in my opinion. But yeah, it would literally just create a bubble. And the last thing that it would do is if a Skink Priest activated the offensive part of its engines, it would basically send out this giant pulse of energy that would incinerate anything that was not a Lizardman within range. And it was a really powerful blast. They nerfed it a little bit in Warhammer in 8th edition, but in 7th edition it was really strong. Alright, let's finish these rats off once and for all. Spear Riders, why don't y'all take it easy? I think we got this. Forward! Why is Sotek my favorite god and Tenhuan? Because I've always been a big fan of the Lizardmen. Just because when I was little, I really liked dinosaurs, and then as I grew older, I really like custodian, like ancient custodian races. Like races that are not only super ancient, but they're like responsible for protecting the world and all that stuff. And they do it even to the extent that other people think they're bad guys. They're not, it's just that they're willing to do anything to protect the world, no matter what that cost may be. Which to some people makes them bad guys. But I fucking love that about the Lizardmen. And I love that the Lizardmen are one of the only races who can realistically take on the Demons of Chaos. I really like demons because they're the ultimate bad guys, but I love the Lizardmen more because despite the fact of how powerful demons are, the Lizardmen can still go absolutely toe-to-toe with them, and are one of the only races that can truly scare and threaten them. So, that's why I like the Lizardmen. But the reason I like Sotek so much is because after the old ones died, there's a major gap in Lizardmen lore where the Lizardmen were just kind of aimless. Like, they were almost depressed because they didn't know what to do. Like, they had been designed with a purpose, but the people who gave them purpose were gone. So they didn't have a purpose anymore, and it was very confusing for them. And they kind of started losing their way and stopped protecting the world. And that's why when the Skaven finally showed up, the Lizardmen were nearly completely wiped out and overwhelmed because they didn't have, like, prophecies or anything telling them what to do. And then finally this, of all things, a skink comes along and fucking saves the day by getting the Lizardmen, getting their shit together, by proverbially, like, slapping them across the head and being like, no, fuck this, we're not gonna take this lying down, we're gonna fight. Like, these creatures are spawning of chaos, we're gonna fuck them up. And all the Lizardmen were like, yeah! And he was like, we're gonna do this because we have this fucking, we're gonna make our own god. And the Lizardmen were like, yeah! And they gathered up and they kicked the shit out of Clan Pestilence. To the point that they completely obliterated them off that continent. Nobody has ever beaten the Skaven that badly. Like, of all the wars the Skaven have fought, that was the most colossal loss they've ever suffered. Was the battle for Lustria. And so I just love that story. And Tenhuan's an awesome, or Sotek's an awesome god because in a rate the one thing that is a flaw of the Lizardmen, it's that they are really passive. And they're not passive in a sense that they don't do anything because they don't want to. They're passive in a sense that because they tend to wait for the Slawn, it takes them a long time to do anything. Which sucks because it means a lot of the time they don't get to be involved in things. They like miss out on entire campaigns and world-ending apocalypses and all this stuff because they're always too busy thinking instead of acting. And Tenhuan finally changed that. Tenhuan finally went on the offense and started, like, invading other parts of the world because he was tired of the Lizardmen not doing anything. And I fucking love him for that. So hopefully that answers all those questions. Super cheap wind blast. Alright, that Skaven clan is a dead. Now I've got to go fight my lizard bros over here, unfortunately. Because confederating with them is a nightmare. It takes way longer than it has any right to. Well, you know what? No. I'm gonna try being a little more lore friendly this build. And see if I can convince these guys to join me. By just kind of just being smart. See if I can manipulate the game. Let's ask for 600 and get a defensive alliance. We need to build up a really big military in order to get them to join us. We need a big military, and we need to go to war with somebody they don't like. And make sure to drag them into the war with us. Thanks again, everyone, for all the happy birthdays. Sorry if I haven't gotten your specific message. What did Krokar think of Tenenhuan? Krokar joined up with him. After they got going for a bit, after Tenenhuan got going for a bit, he actually had a meetup, or he had a moment with Krokar, and where he basically convinced Krokar to join up, and Krokar became one of the biggest generals of Tenenhuan. I'll join a war. Sure, I'll join your war. It gives me something to fight. Yeah, so, yeah, Krokar joined up with Tenenhuan, and Krokar ended up, being Tenenhuan's... right, Krokar was Tenenhuan's head executioner. So whenever the, Skaven generals were captured or whatever, somebody important for the Skaven, Krokar was always the one that Tenenhuan would summon, and Krokar would show up and butcher them. He'd decapitate them and rip out their hearts and all that crap. Mason Riley donating $5 on Super Chat. Thanks, sir. Says, happy birthday, my dude. Good luck on the campaign. What do I think of having Throt the Unclean as the next legendary lord? That would be fantastic. Personally, I think it's Ikit Claw. Because of the leak we saw on Reddit, it seems like Scryer is the main focus of the DLC. Which makes sense because I think they want to put somebody in Skaven Blight right now. Seeing as it's like the capital of all Skavendom. So Ikit Claw seems the most likely, but I think we'll definitely get Throt the Unclean and Hell Pit sometime in the near future. I love Throt. Throt's probably my favorite of the four major clan lords. So between Deathmaster Snitch, Throt the Unclean, Lord Skrolk, and Ikit Claw, Throt the Unclean's my favorite. Would I rather be a Knight of the Blazing Sun or a Knight of the White Wolf? I'd probably rather be Knight of the White Wolf because I'd rather live further north where it's colder. And carrying around a giant cavalry hammer sounds awesome. You could easily put Thanquol in Skaven Blight too. That's true, but Thanquol could also go anywhere because Thanquol is just a grace here. He'll sign up with any clan that he's told to by Critalisk, or he'll just take over a clan because he's a grace here. When can we expect the next adventure of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay? I don't know yet, Kindred. I don't know yet. I'll get back to you guys on that as soon as I know anything. Free DLC, maybe? I think Tenenhuan, or Thanquol is going to be free DLC. I think Thanquol is going to be an event character like Grombrindal was. But, I don't know. Probably not Throt the Unclean. I see Throt being too important for that. I feel like they're actually going to want to use him for something. Let's get a stone marker. Just so I can unlock that tech. Yeah, the Angren clan is a super hard campaign. Yep. I think it's fun, but it's very difficult. Morvard, you have to get the hell out of those mountains as fast as you can. Like, you need to go conquer the Black Mountains so that you can get to the Badlands and go after 8 Peaks. You have to get out of there so fast, because if you wait too long and Sartosa starts creeping up and all that vampiric corruption starts creeping up, it becomes so hard to defend from that incoming undead sandwich, because you'll have the vampire coast to your south, you'll have more than likely the vampire counts to your north, if not also your east, and then you have wood elves to your west, and it's just a nightmare. Dimitri, only, not necessarily. I could totally see Thanquol, instead of trying to save the Gracier clan, trying to find a way to get himself exempt from their sacrifice, and then totally Thanquol would definitely backstab the Gracier clan if he thought he could get away with it. Like, if he could become the only Gracier, and therefore become the most powerful ruler of the Council of 13, Thanquol would do that in a fucking heartbeat. Let's be real. Oh, looks like we're about to have enemies. So let's do Alignment of War. And then summon a noble lord to defend. Humble, Tactician, or Determined. I'll take the Humble Lord. Yeah, Undertaker, yeah. Do I think Chalkhawks will be added to Total War? I doubt it. Chalkhawks isn't really a leader character. If they were going to add him to Total War, which I would love it if they did, they would have to make him like a... He'd have to be kind of like a Krell. Or some kind of bodyguard. I don't think he would really work as a general, because he's more of a Guardian character. I do wish we would see more of those kinds of characters, those Guardian legendary heroes, because a lot of races have one. Practically every race has one, actually, like a character that only works as a hero. For instance, a good example is like for the Skaven, you have Deathmaster Snitch. For the Lizardmen, you have Chalkhawks. For the for Bretonia, you have the Green Knight. For what's another? For the High Elves, you have Corhill, Captain of the White Lions. For the Dark Elves, you have Corrin Blackhand. I forget what his last name is. Like there's a lot of really awesome. Ludwig Schwarzhelm is another really good one. There's a lot of badass bodyguard characters that I'd really like to see in the game. Not as lords, but just as like a recruitable superhero. Not that kind of superhero. Let's get some Saurus to defend the walls. Let's grab 2 units of Saurus and escape. While I march towards Raestra. Well, for dwarves, if you wanted a really good hero character, I would probably do someone like Joseph Bugman. Joseph Bugman would make a really good hero guardian kind of character. Especially because Bugman like literally appears out of nowhere a lot. He's an ambush specialist. Ludwig did lead a lot of armies. Yeah, all of those characters could lead armies. I'm not saying they couldn't. I just think they would work really well in that thing. Why are the Skaven a myth in the Empire? So people don't panic. It's mainly so people don't panic. I'm stuck on the culture tab of your Lizardmen. Well, best of luck, brother. Read about the Aztecs. Go do some historical research. Go learn about new places that you've never experienced or thought of. Alright, vampires. Join me! You fat blob! Stop stuffing your face with Cheetos and join me! Alright, it's gonna take a little bit for him to come around. We're at 109. I need to get him higher than that. We'll keep an eye on it. I'd rather not betray him, but I will if I have to get what I want. Can I get one more unit of skinks? Yes, I can. What do I not like about SFO? Okay, this is going to be the last time I answer this question. If anybody asks about this again in the future, I'm probably just going to give a super short version. Basically, the things I don't like about SFO... I don't hate SFO. The biggest reason I don't like it is I think they go too far in a lot of ways. And I think the balance of the game can be off sometimes. I think a lot of the monstrous infantry units and monstrous cav units are way too small for how big they should be, and way too powerful for how powerful they should be. I also think that a lot of the units they add are not at all lore friendly. They're just fan things that they vaguely heard about from like a White Dwarf magazine or somebody's personal thing, and they were just like, this sounds cool, and threw it in there. I also am not a big fan of the those are the big things, but the real reason I don't play SFO isn't because I don't like it that much. It's because I want to keep my expectations and knowledge of the game as close to vanilla as possible, because y'all know I do a lot of videos about like how to maybe improve this one race, or how to change the mechanics of the game to more fittingly fit a certain race, or how to improve a narrative story, or just like that to infinity, right? And I can't do that as well if I'm... Yeah, attack. Yeah, great plan and all that, but I want you to attack... Yeah, yes. Give us a common enemy to battle. That's the biggest thing for me, is that the way I like to do things, I like to keep my expectations of the game as grounded as possible and stay as close to what's going on as possible. And the best way to do that is by playing the game close to vanilla. Do Kislevites know about the Skaven? Vaguely. I don't know if they super hardcore believe in them, but they know of them. Hell Pit is a ways away from them. Even though it looks super close on the old world map, there's a lot of dangerous nothing between the nearest city and Hell Pit. Because that's troll country and it's dangerous. That Slawn is working against the Great Plan. He's working towards his own interpretation of it. The Queek ME campaign is a slog. Then you gotta find ways to spice it up for yourself, brother. I find with the Skaven campaigns, it's better to spam a lot of heroes, especially the right heroes, and do everything in your power to, rouse the veterans, nice. And do everything in your power to mess up their, mess up like their settlements and their armies to keep things exciting. But in a lot of Mortal Empire campaigns, I don't mean this in a bad way, but a lot of the fun comes from the fun you put into it, in my opinion. If Lizardmen army went to the waste, would it corrupt or mutate? It would be. They would not be corrupted. They are vulnerable to mutation if there is enough there to mutate. If there's enough like warp going on, like enough warpstone dust in the air and stuff, which the Realm of Chaos has a ton. However, if they had a Slawn with them, or some kind of engine, like or protection device, like an Engine of the Gods, they'd be fine. Because they specialize in creating bubbles that would keep them safe. They're not immune to it, they just have really good tools for dealing with it. But Lizardmen are immune to mental mutation, but they are not immune to physical mutation. Though it would be very it would take a lot to mutate them. They're very resistant to it. Everyone but the Empire openly knows and acknowledges the Skaven. Bretonnians like to forget about them a lot. Like, if you were to bring up Skaven in Bretonia, most people would think that you're crazy. You're just some batshit peasant or something, and you're actually talking about beastmen. Estalia and Tilia, they know about the Skaven, but Skavenblight is like right there, and Tilia actively fights them and does everything they can to fight against them. Estalia, the Skaven are kind of more like an open secret. They're not super widely discussed, and I think they're aware of them, but they don't like to talk about it. The only two nations that very openly discuss the Skaven are Tilia and the Dwarves. Everybody else tends to vastly underestimate or not believe they exist. How vast is the Lizardmen Empire? The Lizardmen Empire used to span the entire globe. They had the largest empire to ever exist. After the demonic invasions, when the polar gates collapsed, the Lizardmen were pushed back all the way to the Dragon Isles, Lustria, and the Southlands, where they consolidated their power. And that's where their empires remain today. But they're still the only race in the world that actively controls 1.5 continents. The High Elves technically control a continent, but they only are able to do that because it's an island that has a bunch of magical wards protecting it. And Ulthuan is fucking tiny compared to Lustria. The Lizardmen still have the largest empire purely by land. Will Bretonnia return in Age of Sigmar? Very unlikely. That being said, there's a good chance that Bretonnia will have a successor, being a human knight faction that's very noble. That is apparent. We've heard rumors of a faction like that that's gathering in the realm of light, but we don't know anything about them. Like, we don't know if they're just humans who are just, like, super badass and fight in the realm of light against chaos, despite the horrible odds, or if there's more or less information to that. So, I can't tell you more than that. So, will they come back? I don't know. I hope so. Them and the Tomb Kings. I would really like both those races to come back. Because neither of them have a true successor right now. I'm actually glad we recruited a couple of extra boys for this fight, because we're going to need everybody. Who is leading this army? A warlord? Ugh. Cripple Peak. Technically appropriate. Cripple Peak's not far from here. Alright, what do I got left? Skinks. Skinks, I need y'all to activate the towers. Defend that pathway. And let's reinforce the gate that they brought a battering ram. Actually, you know what? Let's reinforce the gate where there's double rat ogres. Thanks, Ledge. Lord Phoenix. Of all the Lizardmen characters, who's my favorite? Tenant One. Tenant One is my absolute favorite character in the entire Warhammer setting. I love Tenant One. What happened to Albert? You mean Duke Albrecht? We don't know. He wasn't really a character before this game. And the end times happened well before this game came out. So make your own story. Which race has fought the Skaven the longest? Dwarves. Pray to the lady for Tomb Kings? Yeah, pretty much. Might as well, right? What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, Duke Albrecht wasn't even a character until, like, he was a character, but there was nothing about him until CA picked him up. He's basically a CA original. Just very low effort CA original. Any named Lizardmen that have fallen to chaos or been corrupted? No, there's no such thing as chaos corrupted Lizardmen. They're immune to chaos corruption of the spirit. They are flawlessly designed in that aspect. Weren't there humans who made dealings with Skaven? Yeah, there's been a ton. A ton of humans have worked with Skaven. A ton. Sultan Jafar of Araby was actually... He invaded the old world at the behest of the Skaven. The Skaven are the ones who convinced him to invade Estalia and Tilia And he had a very successful invasion up until the Bretonnians and the Imperial Knightly Orders launched the Grand Crusades against him. But the Skaven helped him tremendously until they were just like, haha, JK, and they abandoned him, and he died. In a very epic battle, mind you, but still, Sultan Jafar got killed because of the Skaven abandoning him. But Jafar was a douche. He was willing to work with anybody as long as it furthered his own ambitions. He didn't care what the cost was. He was not a good person. Looks like they're thinking about taking the wall. It's reinforced there. Skinks reinforced down here. How are we doing over here? Good. Those red ogres are slowly being pushed back. Whoop, that Saurus just got obliterated. Oh no, that skink! Oh! Oh! Rude. Somebody kill that red ogre. I want this one dead. This one specifically. Get him, skinks! Stop picking up my skinks, you jerk! Get him, skinks! Bring it down! Bring it down! Bring it down! Kill that jerk! Yeah! You die and you stay dead. Asshole. Skinks, run these Skaven out of the city. I don't want them rallying inside. The warlord is mine! Saurus, push into those clan rats. Skinks, show them the exit. Alright, those rat ogres have been defeated. Saurus, fall back to the center. Skinks, pursue the fleeing units. Or you guys activate the towers. The rest of you, take out the trash. How's our warlord doing? Or our old blood against the warlord, rather. Yeah, he's not doing super great in that fight. This Nurglost is not too bad at his job. Has anyone not a Lizardman ever spoken to a Slan? Yeah, a couple people have. There's a High Elf group that spoke to a Slan, and that did not go well. But that wasn't their fault. They were talking to a Slan who was super sick and wounded, and he said something, or they talked to him briefly, and then his attendants were kind of like, hey, what do you want us to do about all these high elves? And he said something along the lines of, they should not be here. What he meant is that, like, he was confused and was literally saying they're not supposed to be here. Like, they're supposed to be on Ulthuan. Why are they here? But the Lizardmen did not understand what he meant by that. And so when one of the skinks interpreted what he said as a more aggressive, like, they don't belong here, they should be somewhere else, and he said that, the Temple Guard kind of reacted badly by, like, preparing their weapons, and the High Elves freaked out because they were like, oh fuck, we're about to get killed. And when they did that, they drew their weapons, and that's when the Temple Guard were like, I don't fucking think so, and fucking butchered them. Those were actually the very first elves that ever went to Lustria, and only one survived. And he made it back in time to tell his story to the Phoenix King before dying from jungle sickness, and the Phoenix King was like, alright, we're just not going to go there anymore. Is it my birthday or Warhammer Sotek's? It's my birthday. I don't know when the god Sotek's birthday is, unfortunately. I'm not that good of a lore master. I suppose I could invent it, since I highly doubt it has an official date, but let's release captives. Do nothing. We'll let him lick his wounds and come back and attack us again, because that's an easy way to build up our own strength. I don't need a geomantic pylon yet, because I have nothing to connect it to. I don't really want to up my public order, because I'm totally fine attacking random groups that hit me. We can get a Stompy Stomp building. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get a Stomp Stomp building. Can we confederate yet? Nope, I don't have nearly enough money. We'll put a pin in it. We'll put a pin in it. Oh, happy birthday then. Thanks, Rainier. How long would a fight last between Krokar and Gorok, and who would win? If Gorok got Grimlock, then it would be an ugly fight, but it would be a very ugly fight, but I feel very, very confident Krokar would win. If Krokar was fighting Gorok on foot, I don't know. That would be a pretty intense affair. It would last a very long time. I think Gorok might actually be able to overwhelm Krokar on foot. Thanks for the birthday wishes, guys. Krokar has a laser wrist cannon. Yeah, that's true. If Krokar could get his hand wrapped around Gorok's face and activate the Hand of the Gods, Krokar would win instantly. It's just a matter of getting that close to Krokar and not running into problems. I think Krokar would be able to beat Grimlock, because Krokar does have superior. Krokar is a much more skilled combatant, but you know, it's kind of neither here nor there. It would take I honestly think that battle would take a long time, though. Ooh. Hey, I'm just gonna take that talisman you just got, bro. Thank you. And good job on those kills. Let's keep making you a good backup service in case we get invaded. I'll let you heal up to full. And in the meantime... see, which one is this? This is the Serpent Coast. Okay, so this is way over here. Let's get... let's get Cold One Caves. Actually... it's kind of the skink place. Let's do a Pterodon hatchery. Oh, we got all our stuff. Awesome. Let's wipe out some vampires. How am I getting 2 points for level? Black Forest, it's a mod. It's a 2 skill points per level for Lords only. Because I think on Heroes it gets really out of hand really fast. But on Lords, I think it's... I enjoy it. Could the Hand of the Gods destroy Gorok's shield? Unlikely. Unlikely. Not because the shield, it's just due to the shield's like sheer size. Like I think he could scorch it, and I think he could potentially even crack it significantly, but I don't think he could break it. If that makes sense. Let's see. Battering ram. Yeah, that's fine. We'll have it delivered by Saurus. Let's have it delivered by Spear Saurus though. They're a little better for that duty. Duty. What's my most anticipated Lizardman unit for the upcoming DLC? Salamanders. Salamanders are one of the OG Lizardman units, and the fact that they weren't in the base game kind of upset me, to be totally honest. Because they were literally in the game, or they were literally part of the Lizardman roster from the day the Lizardmen were invented. They're like one of the original units, so CA skipping out on them left me a little butthurt, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm the most excited for Salamanders. Yeah, there you go. Troglodon? Yeah, Troglodons are super cool. I'm not 100% convinced we're gonna get them yet. But, you know, we'll see. Skinks, let's start mowing people down. Oh, hey, Falcon. Thanks, brother. Yeah, but flamethrower units suck? Not really. I think flamethrower units are actually very good. It's just a matter of knowing how to use them. I agree with you that they are difficult to use, but I do not think they're bad. I've been meeting with some players who have gotten very good at using them. Yeah, I don't think flamethrower units suck at all. I just think they're difficult to use for a lot of players. You have to be very, very good at protecting them. But they do lots of damage. Flame cannons and flamethrowers. It's just a matter of they tend to be short range, so a lot of people struggle knowing how to defend them properly. Even against high armor infantry, they're still not bad weapons because of the sheer amount of leadership damage they do. They do so much leadership damage. But I mean, I've been watching some. Y'all know that I'm pretty involved in the multiplayer scene now, like the competitive multiplayer scene, and I've been watching guys who play with dwarf Iron Drakes, like the actual unit, not the Regiment of Renown version. And, like, they'll take one or two of them, and they use them to amazing effectiveness. So they're not bad. It's just they're just difficult to use. Does the flame count versus shields? No, you don't get missile block chance against flamethrowers. You only get missile block chance against small arms fire. So, like, guns and arrows. But flamethrowers or spells that shoot out, like, a single big projectile. So, like, Shim's Burning Gaze, you do get missile block chance against. But spells like Fireball or the Lore of Light, or the Lore of High Magic one, which I'm forgetting what it's called, those ones you don't. So, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Depends on the thing. Hello, Crypt Ghouls. Be a shame if there was a strong gust. Ha 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 ha! Whoa! I think we got him, chat. I think we got him. Kick their asses! How long did this gate's open? Almost. I feel like the Lizardman battering ram should be a big dinosaur. Probably. I mean, when I played on tabletop, you could get Lizardman battering rams, but you could use a Stegodon as a battering ram, and it was much better most of the time. Okay, we got Blessed Horn One Riders in here, so these Graveguard are about to get messed up. Kind of like their color scheme. They definitely are. They definitely look like a Lamian Vampire Count faction. Due to all, like, they kind of have Tomb King colors. Yeah, those Blessed Horn One Riders are gonna mess them up. Especially if I buff them. Saurus, get down there. What are you doing? Go mess people up. Do your job. Oh, Chloe's just borking at something going on outside. Chloe's a borker. She likes to bork. Those Vargeist? Yeah. I don't have any javelins left. Happy B-Day, Sotek. Thanks, guys. Oh, I'm sorry, Ferrulo. How civil are wars? Lizardmen fight each other. They do. If they do, it's usually pretty ugly. They don't fight for like territory or anything like that. They fight over interpretations of the Great Plan, or interpretations of just important matters. But there's been a full-on civil war in the same temple city between two factions that were both led by skink priests, because the Slaawn... This is literally what happened. The Slaawn was asleep, the Slaawn in charge of the city, and there were some flies buzzing around his head, and a group of skink priests got into an argument about what the flies meant, because the flies were buzzing in a certain pattern. And so the skink priests were like, okay, obviously this is a sign from the old ones. This is a big deal. This is like a prophecy. Like we need to do whatever, like we need to understand what's going on here. But they couldn't come to an agreement about exactly what was going on. So they started arguing about it, and the argument between the skinks got so intense that both the two eldest skink priests on both sides declared the other one as an idiot, and they started fighting, and it basically like broiled out into the city and turned into like a legit war, like a civil war for a little bit, until one of the Slaawn woke up and was like, fucking stop it. Wasn't that Lord Chili Peppa? No, I don't think it was Lord Chili Peppa. Lord Chili Peppa is famous for being the Slaawn who reorganized the tectonic plates. So he moved some of the continents around. And the thing with Lord Chili Peppa was that he had an argument with another Slaawn, and the two of them were debating a certain aspect of the Great Plan, and their debate got so intense that, like, there was magical discharge in the air, like just lightning going off and stuff. And while they were arguing, the magic backlash from the two of them arguing accidentally broke the Slaawn that was arguing with Lord Chili Peppa. His temple, like the temple he was chilling out in, broke underneath him, and so it collapsed and he died. And Lord Chili Peppa was like, I'm the winner, because he died. So clearly that was the sign of the old ones. Though in Lord Chili Peppa's defense, when the Slaawn, or when the Lizardmen like excavated the remains to get out the fallen Slaan's remains and like make him into a relic priest, they found a series of plaques that had been lost inside of his personal temple that nobody knew was there, not even him. They found some hidden plaques that basically said that Lord Chili Peppa was right. But all of the other Slaawn were so angry at him for just being a douche that they refused to talk to him for like 100 years. So like he got the silent treatment from all the other Slaawn for like a century because everyone is so mad at him. The Slaawn are real mature, guys. Yes, there is a Slaawn called Lord Chili Peppa. Yep, but it's spelled XHILIPEPPA, I think. Sack that shit. And the reason I'm sacking it and not taking it is because my buddy here is also at war with them, and I want my buddy to really like me, and he likes me whenever I do war actions against these guys. So I'm just going to do everything in my power to farm pissing off these guys so that my buddy will like me more and will let me confederate with him. Are there any good Lizardmen books except army books? There's one. It's the second book in the Thanquol and Bone Ripper series. And it's called Temple of the Serpent. And it's a really, really good book. It's not 100% lore accurate because the book covers Thanquil's attack on Lustria, and he goes up against a guy who is kind of... So there was before 8th edition, Tenon Juan died of old age, and basically whenever he was needed, a new Tenon Juan would be like reincarnated and would do stuff. But in 8th edition, they decided, no, that's dumb, and they just made Tenon Juan immortal. They made his lore match that of like a legendary serpent. So whenever Tenon Juan gets too old, he literally sheds off his old scales and flesh like a snake would, and he's young again. So Tenon Juan is eternally in the prime of his physical form. Are there Slann spawnings? Yes, but not anymore. Slann were only capable of being spawned when the old ones were around. There were 5 spawnings of Slann. They're known as the 5 generations. And the higher up you are on the generations tree, so like the older you are, the more powerful you are. First generation are the strongest, then the second generation's second strongest, third generation, fourth generation, and then it goes all the way up to a 5th generation. Oh no, disturbance of the web. Our internet connection's going down. Alright, so we're going to heal up. And do we have that level 3 skink building yet? No, I didn't build it yet. Fuck, I'm stupid. Actually, hold on. I'm going to stop this and build this because I need a skink chief. Skink priest, I want you to go out and harass because that'll build up... that'll make our friend here happier. It's going to be really difficult to convince him to join us. Because unfortunately, they made the Lizardmen in this game, like... One of the things I really think they need to do to make Total War Warhammer a much more enjoyable experience is there needs to be, like, a... there needs to be a confederation mechanic that's unique to each race. That if you, it could be difficult, but it should be, like, an understood, accomplishable task that if you accomplish it, then it's just like, boom, hey, there you go. You've got, you've earned the right to confederate with them. Instead of this stupid-ass system where you're just hoping the game, like, works in your favor. Why aren't all the Slann equal in power level? Because A, in Warhammer, age directly corresponds to power. B, they're all wizards, so the longer they've been around, the more they know. And C, the reason there's such a dramatic increase in power between each generation is the things that they were spawned to do were more and more intense the older they were. So, like, the first generation Slann, like Lord Croak, he was made so that he was powerful enough to actually move the planet itself, and there were also less of them in each old generation. So, like, for first generation Slann, there were only 5. Like, there were 5, period. And then second generation Slann, I think there were... I don't remember how many second generation Slann. I think there was like... There weren't a lot of them. There was maybe 20 of them. And then third generation, there was like a couple hundred. And then third generation, there was a lot of hundred. And then it just kept going up exponentially. Is there any named character who could beat Mazda Muddy in a magic duel? Probably Lord Croak, though it would be a moderately close affair. So I need this dude's army to die. It's kind of the thing. Or at least get deeply wounded. Because if this dude's army could go down, then we would be equal power levels, and he would, or he would be much weaker than me, and I would be able to take over his realm. But for right now, I'm just going to keep worrying about healing, and I'm going to move up here to keep an eye on things. We just need him to lose a big fight, and we can confederate with him. Undertaker, yeah, I mean, that's, sure, but A, I'd like it to be in the base game, and B, I don't want to, like, beat him into submission, if I can avoid it. How do you feel towards him? Pretty good? Y'all have a treaty together. Okay, then I'll accept. What's my favorite dino pal? You mean Lizardman? Or do you mean, like, actual dinosaur? Okay, I don't know where he's going, but we'll follow him. What's my favorite? Okay, Lord Phoenix, that doesn't help me. Like, do you mean who's my favorite Lizardman, or do you mean who's my favorite dinosaur? Like a mount or something. Morthy or Teclis would lose to Mazdamundi? Oh, yeah. Mazdamundi's like fucking league. He's a full league above them. Mazdamundi is the majors. Nah, he's above the majors. Mazdamundi is like... The only person I think could go toe-to-toe with Mazdamundi who is alive, and like active, would be like Kairos Fateweaver, who's the most powerful Greater Demon of Tzeentch. The only other one who would even stand a remote chance would be Nagash. But Nagash would have to be in his prime to go up against Mazdamundi. Slann are bonkers, dude. A lot of people sometimes are like, oh, why are they so overpowered? It's just there's a very limited number of them. And that's why Games Workshop kind of just didn't have them do a whole lot most of the time, because they were so strong that Games Workshop didn't want to like abuse them. Teclis get his ass handed to him. That's a question, Dosict, but I don't know what the point of that question is. Here's the thing I can tell you about Teclis. Teclis is super strong, but like he has gotten close to a Slann once. When Teclis was pretty much at the height of his power, there was a incident in what's known as the Albion Crisis. And during the Albion Crisis, Teclis made mental communication with a group of relic priests, so super dead Slann. And when Slann die, they become way weaker than they were in life. And Teclis ends up conversing with a group of Slann in Albion, and he is like, they are way stronger than he is. Kalidor Dragon Tamer? Kalidor would have been a good someone who could go toe-to-toe with a Slann, yes. Giant Slayer? Yeah, 100%. Because the only other time we know for a fact that Teclis had an encounter with the Slann, he was a lot younger. It was leading up to the invasion of Ulthuan, where Tyrion and Teclis became super famous for being like badass heroes. And during that conflict, it was an invasion of Ulthuan, and during that conflict, Teclis and Tyrion went to Lustria, like right before it started, because they were looking for stuff. They were looking for Tyrion's. They were looking for the sword Sunfang, and they had to find it in Lustria. And during that, there's a part where it talks about Teclis consensus Slann, like a ways across the continent, and Teclis is terrified of him for good reason. Like, Teclis spends the entire time basically like not willing to use magic because he doesn't want to risk the Slann becoming aware of his presence, because he doesn't know what the Slann will do, and he's scared to find out. So, like, when Tyrion's like, hey, use some magic to take down this Stegodon attacking us, Teclis is like, nope, you're on your own. Like, I'm not helping you against that thing, because if the Slann notices me, I'm going to get crushed. Like, half a continent away, he's going to go, boop, and my head's going to explode. Raw cauliflower, I did. Thank you for the donation, brother. I did really appreciate it. You want me to join war against the dwarves? I'd really rather not. Man, you really want that war against the dwarves, though. Okay, I'll help you. But you're going to need to give me a lot of money because I want to try and bankrupt you. You have 5,000 gold to your name? We have to do our best to bankrupt this dude. Oh, really? I can demand money from him? How much will he say low? Okay, that's low. Low. Give me 1,000 gold. Good boy. We're just going to extort him for all the money he's worth. Speaking of Albion, do we know any lore of the Lizardmen colony on Albion? No, not really. The biggest thing we know about the Lizardmen who lived on Albion is that... wait, do you mean the colony that happened after the Albion Crisis, or the colony that was there before the Albion Crisis? Because those are two very, very different groups. Alright, I was recruiting more troops. Chameleon Skink. And Pterodon. And Dinosaur. I think that's good. That gives us a nice stompy army. And we've got a Skink Chief here who we can send to start messing with the vampires some more. And can we get some money going here? Yes, we can. I always pronounce this Skink Falafas. I know that's not remotely what it says, but I find that funny, so that's just what I call it. Excuse me, chat, for one moment.
Mic off. Mic off. Link established. Mic off.
Sorry guys, my old man got home, so I went to say hello. Oh yeah, my mic has a pretty long distance, but it can't. Oh, let's just charge them headlong. It can't keep up a connection if I go downstairs into the kitchen. It's a little too far away. That's my mic talking to y'all. I have a wireless headset, and if I walk out of distance, it starts talking. In a very sultry voice, I might add. It's the most seductive mic off I've ever heard. Lizardmen Vampire Coast, how are they living in Lustria? How do they live together in Lustria? There's a massive amount of land between them. So they barely run into each other. It's like the Lizardmen don't use the ocean for anything. The Lizardmen don't have a navy. When the Lizardmen want to cross the globe, they use something called the Paths of the Old Ones, which is like it's like this really fucky series of tunnels that travel through space and time that can allow you to like pop up in less than a day on like the other half of the planet. What would be the greatest fight in all of Warhammer? For my personal fanboyism, I would say Krokar on Grimlock versus... I'd probably do Krokar on Grimlock either versus Kolek Suneater or Krokar on Grimlock versus Archaon at like max end times power. That would have been... I would have been making some very inappropriate noises from like excitement and stuff. So I'm saying the Lizardmen should get a world roots mechanic? No, it's not like that. It's not like they can go in anywhere and pop out anywhere. It's only very specific locations. More money. Damn it, I need this guy to go out and, like, fight somebody. Maybe I can convince him to go fight the dwarves. Oh, wait, I was extorting you, wasn't I? Give me more money. A little bit more money? What if I join your stupid war? Okay, so they'll probably go for... They probably won't go for 13, but I bet we can get them for 11. Awesome. I'm willing to go to war with the younger races. Because I'll just make them... If we can't get him to join up with us, probably in the next 10 turns, then I'm just going to backstab him. Because the only other thing I could do is get a Scar Veteran and try and run his public order into the ground, but... He's running a pretty tight ship, so that's not looking likely. Hendrik, that's actually pretty funny. Give me your lunch money! Krokar versus Cetra, that would have been a super good one, too. That would have been super cool. Especially because one of Cetra's old art pieces from 6th edition had him using this really crazy ability to represent his level 1 lore of magic, which is the worst, by the way. That means he was capable of magic, but that's it. And then it showed him holding out his hand. There's like this giant Kamehameha fucking laser beam of doom coming out of his hand. Krokar versus Grimgor. Oh yeah, that one would have been really good too. Though any of those would have made me super sad because Grimlock would probably die in all of them, even though Krokar would probably win, and I would get super upset because Grimlock dying is the worst. It wasn't as bad back in 7th edition and the earlier editions, because in the earlier editions Krokar and Grimlock. Like, Grimlock was only one of a series of Carnosaurs that Krokar had, but it wasn't like his only one. And then they fucking came out in 8th edition. They were like, nope, there's like an intricate special bond between the two that's lasted for like millennia, and like they're as old as each other, and they were like they're like so close. And you're just sitting there like,
reptiles and
I can't handle this.
share ancestry. Maybe we have common cause.
Yeah, let's get a relationship going here, Kalita. Okay, that was a little too far, too fast. All right, I hear you. What about a defensive alliance?
Agree.
Good, let's be bros. I like to try and make friends with the good guys. I'll try and smooth things over with Karakzorn if they survive, but they probably won't. Because Queek, but if Queek or the Greenskins manage to kill them, then that's not the end of the world for me. But I just wanted a military alliance so I could go back to fighting. Wait. Okay, yeah, I have the priest back. Okay. Thanks, Rasta. I think Krokar is basically the 1v1 king lore-wise. He's certainly up there. He is certainly up there. She's the good guy. I consider the Tomb Kings to be good guys more often than they're bad guys. The Tomb Kings are a little too selfish to be considered a pure order race, and they don't build new civilizations because they can't create life. They're just basically permanently locked in stasis and are obsessed with rebuilding what was lost over the millennia. But other than that, I mean, they're not villainous. They're just selfish. You know, they don't seek to control the world, or, well, Cetra kind of does. But, you know, they're not trying to like wipe everybody out. They're not trying to turn everyone else into the undead. They can't, even if they wanted to. Like, they're on the gooder side of neutral. Whereas the Ogre Kingdoms, who are also neutral, I would say are more of a villainous nation, because they're so gluttonous and greedy that they have no self-control, and they are willing to stop at nothing to basically satisfy themselves. And they have a lot more in common with, like, Greenskins, who are considered villainous. I didn't say all Tomb Kings, I just said Kalita. Archon's a bastard. But Archon's only considered... Archon isn't actually a Tomb King. He's just kind of considered a Tomb King because he's more akin to a Tomb King than he is to a Vampire Count. But it's only because he's a skeleton. Archon, like, diplomacy-wise, Archon has way more in common with the Vampire Counts than he does with the Tomb Kings. Archon's a bastard. So Tomb Kings are like High Elves. They don't have the Save the World complex, but yeah. High Elves are good guys because they kind of consider it part of their legacy, and they feel like they're obligated to protect the world, even if they do kind of a shitty job at it. Is he a bigger bastard than Manfred? I think so. Manfred's a douche, but I understand why he does what he does. On the other hand, you have Archon the Black, who's literally just like a... Well, Archon is crueler and worse than Manfred in some ways, but Archon also doesn't really have a sense of self. Archon's literally just a puppet. Ooh, Scarvet. Nice. Wonder if I can use him to... Nah, I can't destabilize this, but I can use him to come over here and help me out with some stuff. How we doing here? We're deteriorating because of great power. Okay, I need... Oh, he doesn't like Karakzorn. Okay, so that's where I'll send my Skink Chief and my... That's where I'll send my Skink Chief and my Scarvet, is to mess with him. Actually, I'll probably have the Scarvet join Krokar, but it's beside the point. Where do you think you're going? You can't go into that ocean. I've tried, and annoyingly it's cut off because reasons. Great power sucks. Yeah, normally I have a mod that removes great power because I think it makes no sense. Like, honestly, it seems like most factions would respect great power, not hate great power. It's one of those things that I actually need to make a video about. I just did something stupid. Ugh, gross. Alright, Dosik, thanks, man. Thanks for coming by. I mean, Archon's whole thing that's kind of sad for him is that he's literally just a puppet. Like, he barely has any free will. And what free will he does have he had free will for a little bit after Nagash died. Like his big death. But then Nagash started coming back, and Archon literally just became an extension of his will again, and stayed that way until Aliathra used her weird powers to somehow give him like a modicum of free will again, which was one of the weirdest moments of that whole ordeal, I must say. That was so bizarre, because it kind of made it, because when they wrote that part, it made it seem like Aliathra had done something to unbind Archon, like to make him mortal so that he could be killed. But nope, turns out she just gave him the ability to, like, feel. Which was the most bizarre, like, because when she hit him, he was like, "What did you do?" And she made some statement that made it sound like what she was doing was for revenge. But it didn't really do anything to Archon. It just made him, like, capable of having willpower. And he was like, "Oh, that's kind of weird." That was, like, the full extent of his reaction.
As long as this serves Lebara. Indeed.
Alright, military alliance with Khalida. Cool, we have an ally. I like having allies. I'm not... Like, if you're trying to just purely win the... Well, actually, well, having allies is fun. I think it makes the game more interesting. What was Archon before the whole Nagash problem? Nagash's acolyte? Archon, before he met Nagash, was like a beggar on the streets who was dying from malnutrition and being poor. And Nagash took him in. I think he was a thief. And Nagash ended up taking him in, and Archon was like super loyal. Oh, he was a gambler. Yeah, I think that's right. He was a gambler. Please tell me it is your birthday. It is my birthday. That's why the title is what it is. Tomb King should not like you when you're powerful. Yeah, Tomb Kings I definitely would... There are certain races who should see power as a challenge, not as something they would like you over. But I think it varies from race to race. Like, Lizardmen, I think, would favor those Lizardmen who have great power. Like, I feel like if a Slann or two Lizardmen forces were talking and one was, like, super powerful... Well, no, for the Lizardmen, I feel like great power just shouldn't matter to the Lizardmen. I think, oh, there's orcs down there. That's not going to be allowed. Well, we'll keep an eye on him. Maybe he'll attack these guys. And I can use that to my advantage. But for the moment, we're going to keep an eye on him. Because if he goes towards my lands, I'm going to punch him in the face. Happy birthday, then. Have a good one. Thanks, Marcel. I'm still curious. Immortals versus Temple Guard or Swordmasters of Hoeth? Which of those is best? One for one, I think the most powerful of those three. I think if you had all of them fight one-on-one, I think the Swordmaster would be most likely the one to come out on top. I think when it comes to tenacity, and Guardian roles, the Temple Guard is by far the most superior. Da Immortals are kind of a funny group. They're just kind of a nasty collection of Black Orcs, but contrary to popular belief, the reason they're called Da Immortals is because they have the illusion of immortality. The whole thing about Da Immortals, which is actually super funny, is that after every battle, because they always... Oh, Scroll of Stone. I need this. I need this. Who do I have to kill? What? Who is Luther Bachman? Is there a hero snuck in here somewhere? Oh, there he is. Skink Chief, where are you? Kill him! Scarvet, go. I want him dead. You hear me? Dead! Anyway, what was I talking about? Anybody remember what I was talking about? Oh, yeah, Da Immortals. The reason they're called that is because after every battle, when Da Immortals inevitably take a bunch of casualties due to the fact that they follow Grimgor in the middle of the, like, to the front of the fight every single time, Da Immortals, what they'll do is immediately after the fight ends, they'll go into the camp of the Greenskins and, like, forcefully recruit more Black Orcs to replace Da Immortals who have died. So it gives them the illusion of being true Immortals. But they die a ton. But they're basically Grimgor's hype squad. Like, that's the best way to describe them. Are Orcs / Greenskins immortal? Unless they're magical, yes. If they're shamans, then typically no. Because some shamans tend to have bad things happen to them, inevitably. So they'll, like, turn into something. But, like, regular Greenskins, yes. As long as they can keep eating, they can keep growing. I want that White King. You hear me? Yeah, I don't want to get this close to this guy. I just want to keep an eye on him. Oh, I should go do my quest battle after my Scarvet joins me, because I want him to get the experience. Who is more important to Khorne, Valkia or Skarbrand? Valkia, because Valkia is the only thing that Khorne's ever cared for. Skarbrand's just a freak of nature. Khorne doesn't give two shits about... Oh, Skarbrand! Sorry, I was thinking Skyla. No, Skarbrand... Khorne does not like Skarbrand. Skarbrand is called the Exiled One for good reason. Skarbrand literally stabbed Khorne in the back. Literally. Like, he attacked Khorne, the god, and dented his armor by attacking him when his back was turned. So, giant-sized old orc possible? Not really. Orcs are so warlike that they almost always die off before they get the chance to get super big. Grimgor and Gorfang are the two largest orcs that we know of. And granted, they're very big, but they're not like giants. They're just like almost troll-sized. Is a Warplock Jezzail the most powerful NM weapon? I don't know what NM stands for. Non-magical? No, because it is a magical weapon. It uses Warplock ammunition. That's part of what makes it so deadly. Kill him! Yes! Oh, you beautiful bastard. Good job, Tenquak. Oh, the Assault of Stone is one of my favorite things. Oh, that's such a good bounce spell. Oh, I am so happy. Good job. Sotek is very pleased. Alright, so let's move to about here, and we're going to pop into Astromancy stance and keep an eye on these orcs. We're going to babysit them for a little bit. Okay, you head back towards Carrick Zorn. And you start preparing for training. Happy B-Day! Are there any examples of necromancers using non-human undead? Yes, all the time. Necromancers can use anything that's not, like, if it leaves behind a physical body, they can use it. That's how you get, like, zombie dragons. They're zombies, but they're the zombies of dragons. That's the only difference. So yes. But yeah, they'll anything that has a physical form left behind, they can raise. It tends to not be very easy to use them as anything more complicated than skeletons, though. Any Crimson Killers lore? Not a ton. I think there's a snippet that mentions them, but I'd have to go find it. It's super well buried. I believe that Warplock Jezzails are big snipers. Yes, they are. They just use Warpstone bullets. But yeah, they're sniper rifles. Is Tyrion more powerful than Anarion? No. Anarion was a demigod. Anarion had the power of Ashurin inside of him. Like, Anarion stepped into the flames of Ashurin, and his body was physically destroyed and remade into a more powerful form, blessed by Ashurin, and blessed with Ashurin's power. And then he later went on to draw the... Oh, you have peace with my bros, so... Okay. And he then went on to draw the Sword of Cain, so he was a double demigod. Are there zombie Dawi? Yes. If Grimgor didn't die to Archaon when he broke Archaon's helmet, would he have won? Grimgor could have beaten Archaon if Grimgor knew what Uzul was capable of. The reason that Grimgor died wasn't because he shattered Archaon's eye. He died because Archaon finally decided that he was pissed off enough to unleash the full power of the Sword of Kings. And it was such a massive increase in power that it totally caught Grimgor off guard. That's the reason Grimgor lost. It wasn't because he broke the Eye of Shirian. That is related, but it's not because he broke it. It's because he made Archaon angry enough that Archaon unleashed the full power of the Sword of Kings, damning regardless of the consequence of doing so. I didn't think anyone could beat Archaon straight up full power 1v1. Not a lot of people can. I think there are a couple who could fight him to an essential standstill. But no, there was nobody who was able to go toe-to-toe with him at full power and beat him. Archaon should have been able to beat Grimgor if he had gone all in, but the problem was that Archaon vastly underestimated Grimgor, because I don't think he realized that Grimgor was the Incarnate of Beasts. And Incarnate of Beast Grimgor was like fucking insane. Because a lot of people get super hung up on that fight between Grimgor and Archaon, but you have to remember that was not Grimgor, just Grimgor Ironhide. That was Grimgor Incarnate of Beasts. That was Grimgor with all of the power of the Wind of Beasts inside him, and he was way stronger. He was more than capable of dunking Archaon. And Archaon vastly underestimated him. Because he was like, oh, it's just an orc, whatever, I've killed a bunch of these, and then Grimgor headbutted him. And Archaon got super embarrassed, essentially. What about the famous nutshot? That's just a meme. I'm sorry if I'm ruining anybody's dreams with that, but it's just a meme. It's a meme from the original version of the End Times, which is known as which is called the Storm of Chaos. And during the Storm of Chaos, Archaon fought against Vultan, who is basically the Incarnate of Sigmar. And they had this super crazy epic final battle, and Archaon wins. And Archaon, like, grabs Vultan and, like, picks him up and, like, throws him down this hill, and like he raises his sword and he's like, "Arr! Like I'm the Everchosen, I won," and like all of reality is about to come crashing down because I'm awesome. And then while he was doing that, Grimgor literally runs up behind him and just bashes the fucking side of his head in. Like Grimgor runs up behind him, hits him in the back with Gitsnick while he's not paying attention, and then when Archaon turns around to fight him, Grimgor headbutts him and it knocks him to the ground, and Grimgor basically just beats the shit out of him really fast because Archaon was like exhausted from having fought you know, Sigmar reincarnated. So Archaon's like already spent, and then he has to suddenly fight the most powerful orc to ever live, and he gets fucking destroyed. And then when Grimgor basically is caved in Archaon's helmet and has gotten Archaon to the point where Archaon's just lying on the ground moaning, Grimgor's like, "Ah, I win," and ran off. Which was super weird. A lot of people didn't understand why Grimgor didn't kill Archaon right then. But you know, that's the Storm of Chaos for you. A lot of weird stuff happened at the end there. End times would have been a lot better if they had done a lot of things different, Christian. How long is the stream? White Ryut. The stream's been going now for about 2 hours. It's going to keep going until I get tired. Why can't I do this? Oh, it doesn't have walls. That's why. See if I can convince... Can we... Be my bros. You jerk. So he has moderate income. Okay, we're still at low confederation. Pay me money. I said pay me money! Thank you. Let me extort you! I'm gonna start messing with these green skins so I can level up this skink chief to be a booger. Man, Khalida has taken her sweet time up there. My goodness. Here I'm gonna put a Cold One Cave. Why do they pay me money? Because I'm a lot stronger than them and they like me a lot. It's kind of like a threat. But if the AI really likes you, you can totally extort them for money. Or if you're just a lot stronger than them. But I'm doing it specifically because I'm trying to weaken him as much as I can to get him to the point where he will confederate with me. Because right now he's not agreeing to my demands. Why not kill the fool? Because I've already invested into this relationship. Is Grimgor no more in AOS? Grimgor has essentially been reincarnated into the being known as Gotrek, Fist of Gork. Gotrek is the new Grimgor. He wields Grimgor's axe Gitsnick. Gitsnick at some point got snapped in half. Like, not like the stick, but like this kind of half, so that it's, instead of being a single double-bladed weapon, it's now two single-bladed axes. And Gotrek is Gordrek's the new Grimgor. And he's literally just Grimgor, except for he rides a giant beefed up wyvern. It's a very cool looking model. You should definitely check it out. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna get an update soon. So if you're looking to get into Age of Sigmar and you're like, man, I really like orcs and I wish there was a cool orc to get behind, he might be worth looking into for you. Let's start working on our, let's make our skinks not suck. How did I originally get into Warhammer? I was a little kid. Okay, so he's getting beaten down now. Why do you hate me more? Why is our relationship deteriorating? Because I haven't done anything that you like. Ah, I have an idea. Where's that skink chief? Get down here. I want you to harass this fool. And while he's fighting the orcs, I'm just gonna let them fight until he loses a lot of power. Let's go get my spear, chat. These dark elves are about to get a whooping. Zebron, how dare you? Oh, yeah. So the way I originally got into Warhammer was I was a little tyke. I was 9 years old, 10 years old. And my parents told me that they found something at the store that they thought I would really like. So I went with them to the mall, the Grapevine Mills Mall in Grapevine, Texas, where there was the only Games Workshop for a long ways around. And they took me in there, and they were like, "Okay, you can get like $20 of whatever you want." And so, talking to the guy who ran the store, I was able to get like a starting unit of Saurus Warriors and a Skink Priest, I think. And I looked around the store, and I was super into dragons and dinosaurs. And I remember asking the store owner if they had dragons. He was like, "Yeah," but I noticed all the dragons had riders, and I was like, "What are those?" And he's like, "Oh, those are elves." And I didn't really want to. Yeah, I know the value of the dollar has gone way down, and the value and the expenses of Games Workshop products has gone way up since those days. But anyway, I remember being like, "Well, I don't want to play elves. You know, they were too human looking. I hated human characters when I was younger. I still don't like them as much, but I hated them. And despised it. And finally I saw the Lizardmen, I saw the dinosaurs, and I was like, "What are those?" And I'm like, "Oh, those are the Lizardmen." I saw it was an entire race of dinosaurs. And they even had dinosaurs riding other dinosaurs. And I was just like, I'm fucking sold. I'm gonna let Krokar take it over for a sec. I like that Krokar's speeches don't have a lot of finesse, like they're really fucking to the point. which is thematic. I mean, Krokar was not somebody known for being fairly eloquent or anything of the sort. Pterodons, go find those witch elves, because I've done this mission 1,000 times and I know witch elves are going to spawn over there. And let's send our cav to go deal with the shades that are going to spawn over here. Chameleon skinks, go help deal with the witch elves. Regular skinks, go help deal with the shades. Hero squad, go with the main army. Where is Krokar and AOS? We don't know. He apparently survived the end times, but we don't know anything more than that. Like, I don't know where he is. But him and Tenant Juan supposedly survived because we know they didn't die, but we have yet to have a very in-depth reveal about how they're doing. But supposedly the Seraphon are getting an update soon. So hopefully when that happens, we can get an update and see what happened to our precious lizard boys. Skinks, go mess them up. Saurus, let's march. Alright, now that those shades are nice and close, let's go get them. I don't think AOS is good for a Total War, not in its current state. I don't think they should even think about doing a Total War AOS until at least I'd probably give it another 4 or 5 years. Maybe 5 years from now, it'll be ready. There's rumors of a playable Aberash. Yep. That is true. There are rumors of playable Aberash. Or at least ancestor to Aberash. Ancestor? Descendant. New Aberash, I'll call him. Get those witch elves out of here. Do I have Urian's Thunderbolt? No, I don't. It sucks, that would have been a very useful spell right about now. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, that unit of shades is gone. Let's get the next one. Good work, lads. Pterodons, if you would escort them off the premises. Thank you, boys. Keep it moving. Krokgar, take us in. Follow in your warlord, you dunces. Who played this game? That should arrive just in time. Beautiful. Ah, this will be the perfect place. Wait for it! I don't know if y'all have ever seen Assault of Stone. It does so much damage. Beautiful. Mop them up! Scarvet, the monster. Krokgar, the general. Oh, never mind, monster. Together! Unleash the combined might of anti-large. Horned ones are needed. Nice. Good charge. Fight well. Bring that five-headed serpent down. It's unsightly. Pterodons, bring in the boulders. Suck on this! Bring him down! Bring it down! Bring it down! Stay in control, lads. Stick it on. I want that general's head on a platter. There we go. Good work, gents. King of the Dead says, hey, Lord Master Sotek, what do you think the new race pack will be and what units will be in there? I don't think there are any more race packs for Warhammer 2. I think for Warhammer 3, there's a very reasonable chance that we might see... Oh, our Spear Riders died. That's sad. I think for Warhammer 3, my prediction for the first race pack is Cathay. which I do not feel super confident about, but that's the only thing I can think of. I don't think Araby's gonna get done. I don't think there's enough space. Yeah, the Lizardmen language is a little funny. How they go from speaking Saurian to English. Now we got a blessed Stegodon, and I got my spear, which this spear pisses me off so much. I need to make a video about that. Because the one thing that the revered Spear of Tlonxla does, that it talks about in the lore, is that the spear explicitly has the power that if he hits you with it, it causes you to see doom-laden visions, and it makes people, like, lose their minds, and, like, go and, like, shit themselves with terror, and they run away. And this game has the ability to give you a discourage aura on your attacks. So you smack somebody and they take minus X amount of leadership. I don't understand why Krokar's Spear doesn't do that. And it makes me mad. That is all. Hendrik, I know, man, but it's hard for me to think of anything else. Which old one do I want to go with? Kind of thinking Itzel. Because I really like Itzel. Pterodons, Cold Ones, Stegodons, Bastiodons, and Carnosaurs. Yeah, let's do Itzel. Itzel's pretty bro with Krokar. Krokar was one of his favorites. Alright, let's go keep an eye on Orc City down here. You're not the only one who complains about legendary items. Yeah. They could just screw around and add some more land like they did with Coast. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not super big on Team Araby. I know that's probably going to hurt a lot of people's feelings, but... Like, I think Araby could be super cool if they did it. I just don't think it seems like a likely possibility. That's just me reading the terrain. I mean, feel absolutely free to disagree with me. Have ever lost a campaign? Oh, yeah. I lose campaigns occasionally. I actually lost a Malagor campaign just like 2 or 3 days ago. I was messing around, or I was checking out different parts of the world, which I usually use Beastmen for, to like hop around and watch things. And while I was doing that, these frickin' I got sandwiched between Karl Franz and Balthazar Gelt, both running 20 stacks, and I got smashed. Oh, did I get smashed. Who is more powerful, Malekith or Teclis? Teclis has the ability to overwhelm Malekith, but it's only if he does a complete Hail Mary. Malekith, if they had a one-on-one fight, is more powerful because Malekith would fucking destroy Teclis in close combat. Leap of Faith, thank you, man. A, thank you so much for your sponsorship, and B, thanks so much for the birthday message. Yeah, Beastmen campaigns are very easy to lose, unless you're running 2 stacks. Which I was only running 1 stack. So, Hand of the Gods! Construct a stone marker. Oh, look at that. I just happen to have this empty space here. Alright, let's go keep an eye on these orcs. Once I heal up to full, I'm just going to walk into their area and be like, what you going to do about it? How we doing? We got 4 skinks, 3 units of each Saurus type, 2 chameleon skinks. I like this army. I want more cav. I guess I'll take another Pterodon in the meantime. And you're heading south to help me mess with these orcs. Scarvet. You can't reach them, so I'll just keep you in my army this... Well, we should save up money, so I'm only going to send in 1 character. Ready to confederate yet? Nope. Why you gotta be such a butt?
One wrong.
One wrong.
Welcome Friends of the Dowie.
I am your friend. You're one of the core races, and you're where you're supposed to be. We're bros for life, man. We're bros for life. What do I think the Lizardmen need from a map? From a multiplayer perspective. That one guy, Lizardmen need fast-moving units that are sturdier than skinks, and they need a fast-moving armor-piercing unit to deal with heavy cav. So they need Ripperdactyls, which are super armor-piercing, super aggressive armor-piercing flying guys, and they need Salamanders for dealing with large like crap units. Because one of the things that the Lizardmen, right now, the best way to fight the Lizardmen, in my opinion, is to hit their front line with a whole bunch of crap that gets the Saurus locked into these super long engagements, especially if they all start rampaging, so that they're just constantly running around, not being controlled. And cavalry, which can just outrun all of the major threats in the Lizardmen army, and basically just keep, like, smacking them with crap. That's actually a misconception. The Lizardmen were not responsible for the fall of the Dwarven Empire. They played a role in it, but not intentionally. What happened was that the Slann enacted a really big ritual to make the planets more, or the planets, the continents more in line with where they were supposed to be. But when they did that, it shifted the world enough that in Skaven Blight, the Skaven had finished a doomsday engine that was going to either destroy the world or do something terrible to it. It wasn't clear what it was going to do. But they created this giant war machine that was going to fuck up the old world in favor of the Lizardmen, or the Skaven. And when the Slann moved the plates, it accidentally moved their doomsday weapon just a little bit, but it moved it just enough that it caused it to implode. And when it did that, it wiped out about 80% of the population of the Skaven in one fell swoop. And it was such a massive explosion that not only did it almost make the Skaven go extinct, but it caused the old world to keep moving. It caused it to shift even more. And it was that extra shift that caused all of the earthquakes to rip open and all of the lava and doomed the dwarves. So it was actually the Skaven's fault. I want these two to fight each other. Fight! Fight, you fat toad. Why doesn't Sigmar kill the Chaos Gods? Because he got sealed inside the Wind of Heavens. Also, nobody can take on the Chaos Gods together. To fight the Chaos Gods, you would need to drive something between the four of them long enough for you to isolate and kill one of them. Does the Prophet of Sotek hold more power than Krokkar? No, not really. Krokkar is kind of like the super general of the Lizardmen. Like, he's considered their entire race's greatest war leader in general. But he doesn't have a lot of political power because he doesn't really care. He's just there to fight. Tenin Juan is the leader of a cult. And is kind of like the head of the Lizardmen's religion. After he convinced... I mean, even the Slann consider Tenin Juan a proper leader of religion. Because he convinced them that Sotek, if not being an old one, should at least be revered as equal to an old one. They acknowledged that after a meeting with him. Okay, I need a second general to just recruit some of the cheapest units possible. Just a couple of units of skink cohorts. Perfect. Oh, you only need 2 units, not 3. That way I can get my sweet, sweet Hand of the Gods. Thank you, Samuel. Oxiodal versus a Lithanar. Who's the best sneaky boy? Oxiodal, by far. Oxiodal is the sneakiest son of a bitch in all of Warhammer Fantasy. Oxiodal is so sneaky that he has literally gotten up to point blank on the best 13 Skaven assassins, though Deathmaster Snitch wasn't with them. And he also snuck up on a Greater Demon of Tzeentch, and he killed all of them. Oxiodal is beyond bullshit good. Oxiodal went to the realm of chaos, and not only survived, he thrived in the realm of chaos. Khorne, the god, sent a group of fleshhounds after him, and Oxiodal managed to evade them and made it all the way back to Lestria by walking. And no cheats. He didn't use any teleporting bullshit. He just walked. Is he a chameleon? Yeah, he's a chameleon skink special character. Ooh, another quest battle. Thank you, bro. Back to your meditation or whatever it is you're doing when I'm not summoning you actively. Alright. Well, you can go ahead and get the Geomantic Pylon, and then the next thing we'll get is the workshop. Weapon Crafter's Commune. Let's do channeling stance for the quest battle. Oh wait, no, I have to be in regular stance. Off to easily the laziest quest battle in the entire game, because they literally recycled the footage from the event that they did this for. This was one of the things I was the most upset about when this game released. This quest battle is so lazy. Because it's literally from the media event when they announced the Battle of the Fallen Gates. So lazy. Who's more powerful, Archaon or Be'lakor? Once they are at their max, once Archaon became like full-blown Archaon, then Archaon. If Be'lakor was allowed to go back to his power before he got nerfed by the Chaos Gods, then probably Be'lakor. Who wields the cooler Trident, Albric or Arnesso? Oh, for right now I'm gonna say Arnesso because we haven't even seen Albric's Trident. I don't even know what it looks like. Isn't Mazdamondi's Cobra Mace battle? No. Well, they might have used it, but it's not as painfully recycled. This one's painfully recycled because it has this full opening cinematic that is really buggy. What the fuck? That was weird. Did y'all see that graphical glitch? But like, it literally shows an army you're not even controlling. It's a cool cutscene, but I get annoyed that it like shows this massive army that you're not controlling. Oh yeah, and they start with their bolt throwers turned on, so you usually take like a bunch of damage before the battle even starts. Yeah, I was just like, what? When I realized that they had like not even bothered trying to change the cutscene. Or the opening speech. It was literally just, they were just like, oh, just put the same thing in, nobody will notice. Well, I noticed. It's like you don't even care. I personally think quest battles are overrated though. Like, they're fun, but CA has kind of made comments in the past about how they're apparently like really hard to do, to the extent that like CA sometimes doesn't consider in adding characters because of how hard they are to do, which like I am not that attached to them. Like, I wish that the tech stories, like, as you're building up to the quest battle were really cool, and then just the character gave a speech while standing there. I don't need all the crazy camera work or the... I don't need, like, some crazy, I don't know if there's some crazy BS of, like, setting up, like, units being spawned on a certain timer or whatever. But, like, if they would just do, like, hey, give some unit that's in there a unique ability. Like, you know, the exploding squigs in Wurzag's quest battle. Or, like, make it like a giant monster from the Norska quest battles. But, you know, if they just did little colorful stuff like that, you know, who cares? As long as it tells an interesting and compelling story and is fun to watch, like... Is there anything more important than that? Like, I feel like they get too hung up on really goofy things. But, you know. I also don't work for a game company that has to deal with, like, a bunch of factors that I can't even probably imagine properly. Squish them. I hate that the AI naturally moves out of the way of drop. Oh, no! Well, they're already shattered, so I'm just stupid. Shouldn't Saurus have some kind of connection with dragons? No. Dragons are their own species. Reptiles and dinosaurs are totally different. And Saurus were created by the old ones. They're not a naturally occurring species. They were like... They were very specifically created by their gods. To, like, you know, have a certain function and perform a certain way. You know, they're not like... they're not a naturally occurring species at all. They were designed to be flawless. Here comes the Sun Dragon. Let's turn on runaway mode, put javelins, and let's go throw javelins at this bro. Chameleon Skinks! Engage the dragon. Rude. Bring it down! Bring it down! This is how I kill dragons in tabletop, too. I would just throw a fuckload of javelins at them. Usually worked. You roll enough dice. You roll enough dice. Eventually, some of them are going to get through. Oh, I should have used Curse of the Midnight Wind. It would have reduced his armor. Whatever. Leaping Faith? I don't know. I have a lot of faith, though, right now, in CA's design when it comes to, like, I have a lot of faith in their design decisions. Because, like, I imagined a lot of things on the Vampire Coast roster to be pretty different than what we got, but holy crap, did they knock it out of the park. So, I don't want to think about what I would expect the Age of the Gods to look like, other than, like, from its tabletop model. Why are we moving so slow? What the fudge? Attack! Okay, you run if I do... Okay, you know what? I don't know why I try and do fancy stuff with you guys. You always dork it up somehow. Run! Kill them all! Do your thing. Commit elf genocide. Just, you know, get on it. Silly gooses. Thanks, Adam. Thank you, Alex. Do I think they may do DLC for Legendary Heroes? I do not think Legendary Heroes will ever be a thing unless we get an explicit comment about it from Creative Assembly. Until Creative Assembly is like, hey, Legendary Heroes are a thing, I do not think they're ever going to happen. Because I don't know why. Don't ask me, because I don't know, but they seem deeply, deeply opposed to the idea. For whatever reason. Pterodons, go slow down those jerks coming in from the flanks. Go make Daddy proud. Oop. Maybe fall back just a hair. Good boy. Saurus! Let's take him out. Skinks, in you go. Oh, that was a phoenix. I was like, is that another dragon? I was super confused. Let's get these sword masters out of here. I'll do it. Oh, we're out of ammo. Next phase. Sweep and destroy. Sweep and destroy. Thanks, Daryl. What's my favorite lore of magic? In the Warhammer Fantasy universe, my favorite lore of magic is geomancy. In Total War Warhammer, which is not a playable lore of magic, I should note. In playable ones from Warhammer Fantasy, my favorite was gastromancy, also known as the lore of the Great Maw, which is the Ogre Kingdom's lore. It's super funny. A lot of the spells are just absolutely ridiculous. Outside of that, my favorite one in Total War Warhammer right now would be... Not really. Probably the lore of beasts. I really like the lore of beasts. Where's Krokgar? Go kill this enemy general. Saurus, go kill all the dudes on horses. If Cathay were to be added to Total War, what do you think their most interesting aspect would be? Their monsters and their heavy infantry. If they gave us, like, clay terracotta soldiers as, like, their elite infantry, but they were, like, made out of stone, or just had some magical property that made them super tough, or also seeing, like, all the different Chinese monsters that they would work in, like Chinese dragons, especially if they did the Dragon Emperor and made him actually a dragon, like he is in some stories. They would just be a super cool faction. Is Skryre the mechanical-oriented clan? Yeah, they're the techies. They're the ones with all the laboratories and the lightning and all that jazz. Where are you going? The fight's up here! They're just running away. Hell, you nerds, get down here. Where are you going? This is a quest battle. You're not supposed to flee. Chinese demons, yeah. They are doing Cathay with Three Kingdoms. Three Kingdoms wish it could be as awesome as Cathay would be. Oh, Krokar like one-shotted that dude. Yep, that did it. Oh, the general just got one-shot by a big dino boy. Let's get the hell out of here. Krokar just... Boo! Javelin speared him to the face. Alright, now we got the Hand of the Gods, which is probably one of my favorite quest items in the game. Isn't Cathay the Monkey King and Nippon the Dragon Lord, or is that reversed? I believe that's reversed. There is a Monkey King in Cathay, but he's not the Emperor. The Emperor is the Dragon Emperor of Cathay. There is a Monkey King, though. I don't remember where he is, but he's somewhere in the Far East. If Warhammer was reality, which faction would I like to be a part of? The Lizardmen? They seem to have a pretty good deal most of the time. Do I think they will ever remodel Albrecht to have a trident? They better, if they want me to ever leave them alone. Otherwise, I will threaten and complain until the world cracks. Alright, let's get, how long till Grimlock? Ah, 18? I don't want to be on foot that long. Alright, let's just get the horned one. Let's just bite that bullet. I don't want to be on foot with Krokar. He's so slow. Hope they rework the magic system soon. Actually, you know what? Let's get miscast chance reduced. And then you will give... let's do thick-skinned. We're going to encampment stance to heal up. Nope, not ambush. There we go. Temple of Skulls... Damn it! Why are you so expensive? I can get it next turn. That's okay. I'm not going to take a skink action because I want to afford that Weapon Crafter's Commune. He's on a couple of islands off the coast of Cathay. Been reading up on them in Tarmakon. Oh, the Monkey King? Yeah, that could be it. Do I know anything about the snake people? They live in the jungles of Koresh, and we know that they're chaos worshippers, and we know that they're super ancient. So they're very similar to the Famir. They're an ancient primordial race that when chaos came into the world, they sided with the dark gods in exchange for some promise of power, and apparently they're super scary. But that's all we know about them. Is there any instance in the lore of someone being possessed by a Vermin Lord? No. Vermin Lords, when they show up, always show up personally. Or as like a whisper or something, but they've never taken over somebody's body. Are there more dragon types to be added? There are shitloads of dragon types. But I doubt all of them will be added. But there are dragons into infinity, my friend. I mean, hell, every lore of magic has its own dragon. There's even a Skaven dragon, the Warpfire dragon, which is not friendly with the Skaven, just so we're clear. They theoretically can work together sometimes, but generally they're fighting over Warpstone, so... If Albric is a servant of Mothlan, should he serve Aranessa? No. Aranessa is kind of like a daughter of Mothlan, who, if anything, she rebels against her father constantly. Is there a metal dragon? Yeah, there's a dragon of the lore of metal. There's even a dwarf dragon. There's a series of dragons that live underground, deep underground, called shard dragons. And back when the world was young, before Chaos showed up, the dwarves were able to capture them and fit them with rune-charged collars that had them basically work as allies of the dwarves, and they would help them excavate the deep places and fight some of the things that live down there. But when Chaos came into the world and magic got all fucky, that stopped. Oh, Khalida won that. Good for her. Sorry, Manon, not Mathlon. I always get them mixed up because their names are so similar. Screw you, Skeggy. Declaring war on me from halfway across the planet. Hendrik, that's good. Alright, let's keep messing with these guys. Nice. Alright, and I'm gonna... God, I would kill for a raid stance. So annoying. Because I would love to just sit here and raid the greenskins, but I'm kind of rooting for the greenskins to get powerful enough that they can come over here and either destroy this city, or at least sack it. Join me! Oh, wait, what just happened? I was clicking too fast. I'm now at war with the greenskins. That's super annoying. That's okay, it's just annoying. I just hope the greenskins don't come after me instead. I'm gonna back up. I might save scum that. We'll see. Let's see. Autosave. Oh, when did I do the quest battle, though? Ah, whatever. We'll just deal with it. Worst case scenario, I'll just stab the Salon in the back for tricking me like that. How did I even get in contact with Skeggy? Sotek? Hello, Sotek. The way I get in contact with Skeggy is when you do the Hand of the Gods quest battle, it physically teleports you to the Fallen Gates. Like, wherever your quest battle is, if you use the travel feature, it teleports you to wherever that quest battle is. So whatever faction's land that is, A, you're trespassing, but B, it lets you make contact with all those factions. Alright, King of the Dead, thanks for coming by, man. Wyverns are not dragons. No, wyverns are like so far distant of cousins that you can't even say they're related. Oh, yes. Go get him, orc. I'm rooting for you from way over here to hurt my friend so he'll be weak and I can conquer him. Don't mind me, though. Just building up so many savage orcs. Sure, my allies in there just like, help? Where's everybody? Skill points. Oh. Boop. Devin, thanks for coming by, man. I hope you check out some of the videos we've done, some of the lore videos or playthroughs of very many games. I need to update my playlists. Now that I think about it. People on Twitter are not going to like me. Actually, I think I can make it so it doesn't spam Twitter, but I need to update the playlist. But we got a lot of crazy, good lore videos here if you'd like to check them out. Is Sigvald's library equal to the Black Library? They're close. Sigvald has a very impressive library. Not because he likes books, but just because he likes having books. It's a status thing. Black Forest, this is Mortal Empires. I'm just playing Krokkar, so I'm super tucked away in the corner. Is there anything similar to a D&D Drake? What is a D&D Drake? No! Don't attack me, you dipshit! Attack him! Ugh. You're ruining my plans! You. Attack them. I'm gonna go hang out in my settlement. Stay away, orcs! I don't want to have to backstab my friend, but I will. So I just don't want to. Seriously, though, stay away. Let's get Tablet of Beasts. Cupcake, thanks, man. Yeah, Alex, you'd have to outline what a D&D Drake is compared to a D&D Dragon. A drake is kind of like a smaller dragon with no wings or ability to fly. Oh yeah, there are dragons like that. They're just dragons. Or worms. They exist. But yeah, there are flightless dragons in Warhammer. They're pretty rare. Like the shard dragon. The shard dragon is a flightless dragon. And it's because it lives underground. So it doesn't need wings. Yes! 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 Oh no, he fled! No! No! You coward! Fight! Fight, damn you! Son of a bitch. Get back in there. Lose, damn it. So I can win. So I can be king. Greenskins. I guess I should go with the blue tree now. Let's take Ancient Cunning. Stupid Slon bastard, making the right decision and running away. Curse you! I'm supposed to be the only smart one. So expensive. Toad Dragon, a Hendrick, so Toad Dragons are not dragons. That's the only reason I don't count them. They are very explicitly not dragons. They're primordial reptiles. They're just called dragons because people are dumb. Is Mazdamundi the only Slon to ever have a mount? Yep. Most Slon will not ride a mount because A, mounts can't bear their weight, and B, the types of creatures like Stegodons that could tend to be very stubborn and are too unreliable and dangerous to risk having someone as powerful as a Slon floating on them. Thanks, Zach. No! Go away! Why are you attacking me? Ugh. I don't want to deal with your bullshit. Oh, nice.
The chopper is in my hand, so I can smack you when you say something I don't like.
Go away. Ugh. Fine. I'll do it myself. God, stupid bastards. Why won't you let me manipulate you? Incredible. Nice. Oh, they made a lot of the ranks for the mounts go up. You used to be able to get a Pterodon the same level as a Guerrilla Fighter. You betrayed me, Slon. I can't believe you. Get out here and fight, you turd. Build me my Cold One building. Still too expensive. Damn it. Is the Dreadquake Mortar a bit like Queen Bess? Yes, except for it's more devastating. It's less about damage and more about shockwaves that disorient people. But the thing that makes the Dreadquake Mortar generally more dangerous is instead of being crewed by zombies, it's crewed by Chaos Dwarves and an Ogre. Do Lizardmen fight orcs in the lore? Yes, a bunch of them. Because there are Savage Orc tribes in Lustria, and there was a really famous war that lasted for, I think it lasted for like a decade. It was called the Shrunken Head War, and it was basically a bunch of Savage Orc war bosses got together and made a big wah and started coming down on the Lizardmen Empire, and it only was defeated when Krokar personally rode out and decapitated all... he decapitated all 7 of the war bosses in single combat. Also, yes, when the Greenskins first came to the world, the old ones looked down on them and were like, "Nah, this isn't part of the Great Plan." And so the Saurus, when they were first created, were sent out to wipe out the undesired species, and they committed mass genocide. And one of the species they were supposed to wipe out was the Greenskins, and they did, but the Greenskins retreated so far underground that the Lizardmen couldn't follow them. And so they were able to survive the Lizardmen. This is gonna be a big fight. They were able to survive the Lizardmen extermination by going underground, literally. All right, y'all just stand there for a second while I come onto the field. What did they wipe out? We don't know. The Lizardmen didn't bother keeping records. They wiped out a lot, though. I know that. Every natural occurring race that was too close to the Lizardmen got... the races that they put the hurt on, they nearly wiped out the Dragon Ogres. They nearly wiped out the... they nearly wiped out the Famir. They nearly wiped out the... couple of random things. No, the Sleeper actually didn't go to war with the... Lizardmen until pretty late. The Lizardmen did fight against the Sleeper, but the one that actually broke the Sleeper's race was the Dwarves. The ancestor gods of the Dwarves. They were the ones who actually brought them down. Wait, where are those chameleon skinks? Oh, they got caught by pigs. Oops. Krokar, go have fun. Saurus! Line up! Show these orcs the meaning of battle. Hey, wait, are you a Scarvet? Oh, you're a Scarvet. Okay. Yeah, just come back here. Let's get to work. Priest. Let him have it. Good job. Give him another one. Let's use boulders this time. Beautiful. Skinks! Line up! Saurus, keep pushing. With me! Do spells do damage to friendly units? Yep, but that's why you use like a really big AoE spell that does really bad damage to single targets. So like Krokar's not going to get hurt by that because it's like too big of a target. Or it's too big of a... he's too small a target. No, 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 no! Ah! God damn it, I hate when that happens. Saber magic. What are you doing? Get in there. Skinks, to the front line! Make sure those pigs are done. Pterodons, bring it in. Skinks, advance! Krokgar. Kill that warlord. Pterodons! Let it rip! Nice. I'll deal with this cretin. What spell was that? Oh, that was Assault of Stone. It's a item you can get in campaign. Yeah, it's actually in multiplayer. It's an item on the Prophetess, and it will one-shot almost any unit in the game. I love how fast that shot. Nice. All right, don't pursue. Don't pursue. We want them to get away and hopefully do some damage to our friend back there. What is stopping Isabella from killing herself in Age of Sigmar? Nothing. We haven't even seen her yet. We don't know where Isabella is in Age of Sigmar. There was a lot of hope that she was the Mortarch of the Night Haunts, but it turned out to be a totally different character. But Games Workshop has not confirmed that she's not in Age of Sigmar, which they probably would have if they were going to say that. We just haven't seen her yet. God only knows where she is. Or Sigmar only knows where she is. Who would win in a fight with Krokgar or Tyrion without any magic help? Krokgar could lose to Kolek. Krokgar could, without magic. Krokgar could lose to... Krokgar could possibly lose. Krokgar would have a hard time versus Scarbrand, who's a greater demon. He would have a hard time versus. Oh, who are some other good characters? There's not a lot of people that can take on Krokgar. Tyrion can get spanked by a bunch of people. Tyrion is very skilled, but he's not very powerful, if that makes sense. Unnamed random. It did. Yes, there is quite a bit new in-depth lore that's canon about Reichland in the new fantasy roleplay. Abrash, if Abrash had a mount, he could fight Krokgar. Yeah. I think Abrash on foot would get spanked, but Abrash on mount would definitely be able to take on Krokgar and put up a good fight. I think Tyrion would have a really interesting fight against... Tyrion would have a very cool fight against Abrash. Turin, more often than not... Oh, he took a lot of damage. We might be able to make use of that. More often than not, I would probably side with the Cult of Myrmidia because I think they tend to be a little less crazy / douchebag. You're weak. Look how weak you've gotten. Join me. Bro, if you don't join me right now, I'm declaring war. I swear to God. Hold on. I'm even going to cancel my construction project. This is your last chance. Yeah, sure they do. Join or die. Alright, I'm going to give you one more chance. Because I'm going to come take the Golden Temple. If you take the Golden Temple from me, and then you don't join me, you're a dead man walking. You stupid fat toad. I'm even going to summon some extra troops to build up my military might some more. Even though it's a waste of money. Last chance, old man! Oh, cool, John Tang. I'll put it on the list. Voltia or Sigvald, who would win? Oh, that'd be a really cool fight. Those two are perfectly matched. I don't know, dude. I have no. Those two would be a perfect conflict. Like, oh, mwah, it'd be pretty special. Maybe I can trick him into attacking this settlement. What's my favorite Lizardmen tabletop model? Troglodon. It is a bitchin' model. What's the garrison here? Good enough to hurt him. Attack this. Don't worry. I'll support you. I'm not gonna support him. What do you have to worry about? I'm your best friend. I wouldn't abandon you to get killed by some random orcs, hoping desperately that you lose this battle. I would never do anything like that. Thanks, John. Valkia, Sigvald would get distracted by his reflection somewhere, and Valkia would kill him. That's a reason. Well, Undertaker, at the same time, you gotta ask though. Sigvald has supernatural regenerative powers that are very good. Valkia would have to seriously fuck him up to kill him permanently. And the instant that she messed up Sigvald, he would get, like, angry and attack. And, like, go all out. So, I don't know. These orcs are replenishing very quickly. Wonder if I can get peace with him. And maybe he'll attack my lizard bro. Give me peace, you piece of garbage. Good. Pay me too. Pay me more. Okay, not that much. Good. Good boy. Now kill my lizard bro friend. I'll watch from over here. Hey, Professor Pone. How you doing, man? Thanks. I appreciate it. Alright, I don't need you guys anymore. We don't... intimidation factor isn't going to work, I'm afraid. I just want money. Infinite monies. Ooh, Temple Guard. Nice. How old am I? I'm 27. 27. I was born onto this earth on February 5th, 1992. At like 8:04 a.m. or something. And there was a winter storm. And now it's 70 fucking degrees outside. Are practically a lady? What? What does age have to do with being a lady? $1992, you're ancient? Oof. I take offense to that. Hopefully my manipulation of the orcs is going really well. I'm tempted to kill this hero. Let's do a guerrilla fighter, since your job is just to run around and be annoying. Oh, I can fix my army somewhat. Okay, so let's drop Pterodon. Let's drop... I'll keep the Stegodon for the moment. Let's drop a... Well, no, I guess we can't drop the Stegodon, because I'm going to replace it when the Skink Priest can ride one. Oh, I can get a... Ooh. Give me that. Oh, baby. Okay, let's drop a Skink. And let's get a... I think I'm gonna need more anti-large. Get 2 of those. Gotta have a cold one block if you're playing with Krokgar. Get on my chat, Pone. I know everybody in the world fucking has snow, but us, it's been made very clear to me. Who else remembers how salty Sotek was when he was reading about the Crimson Killers? Why was I salty about that? I feel like you've been struggling with these orcs for hours. Yes, but not because they're particularly difficult, but because I'm trying to manipulate them into doing what I want. It's proving difficult. They're being orcs when I want them to be orcs that do what I want. Don't just sit there, you fat toad. Wait, are y'all... Oh, wait, we're not... I'm at peace with these guys, so I can't tell you to declare war on each other. All I can do is watch. Watch and cackle as I make my preparations. When my army's ready, I think we're going to march north to go fight these greenskins who are giving Khalida problems. Undertaker, that is very likely. The Sleeper seemed much more like a 40k monster than a fantasy monster anyway. Hendrik, it's all part of the great plan. Lizardmen are totally into manipulation when it suits the great plan. They'll use any means to accomplish it. Including me. Are skin cohorts any good? Yes, I think skin cohorts are amazing. They're so cost efficient. Gothic was a fantasy RPG game. Oh, okay. I thought you meant Gothic as in 40k Gothic. I have no idea what Gothic is then. Sigvald or Wulfric? My money would be on Sigvald. Sigvald hits just as hard, but he's much better at, like, finesse. Wait, what is a Grand Plaza? Grand? Oh. Wait, no. Oh, the public order building. Normally I build that like right away, but I've been purposely letting my public order crumble. Alright, if the orcs don't win on this invasion, then I'm gonna stop playing nice and invade, as much as that's gonna make me kind of feel bad, man. Alright, we're ready, so I guess we're gonna go fight a war somewhere, because I don't want to just sit around forever. And those orcs are contained, at least from my perspective. Yeah, let's get sequence of marching. Are there any individual beings to cross over from fantasy to 40k? No, but the demons of chaos. There are demons that share the same identity that are in both universes, but they are not the same people. So, like, there's a Kairos Fate Weaver in Warhammer 40k, and there's a Kairos Fate Weaver in Fantasy, but they're not the same Kairos Fate Weaver. They're two different ones. Same for Scarbrand, and same for Kugoth Plaguefather, and the Changeling, and the Skull Taker, and the Mask of Slaanesh, and yada 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 yada. I don't think Nakari was in 40k, but Nakari was kind of a big deal in Fantasy. I can see it now, loyalty very low. I know, right? Khalida, you're taking too long. I'm coming up there to clean up your mess. Since you can't handle one stupid orc, apparently. He built the Golden Tower? Oh man, those are some wealthy orcs. Federate! No. Give me money. Thanks. Thanks, Bay. I kind of want to save up for the Super Beast place. Probably should have built a public order thing here by now, but... Oh, I have 5 population. I guess we don't need the cattle thing anymore then. It's just taking up space. Is Tyrion as powerful as an Aryan? No. Not even close. Tyrion is just a very, very skilled elf with some really powerful magical equipment. An Aryan was literally like a god, or very close to being a god. He was a double demigod, as I call him. He had all of Tyrion's magic items, except for the Heart of Avalorn, but he was literally like Ashuran incarnate. Thanks, Mike. Sigvald and Wulfric versus Karl Franz and King Lewin. Who would win? Franz and Lewin would win that. Get that military alliance and they may want to confederate? I don't think so, Zachary. Okay, so this may have changed in recent patches. But if memory serves, if you confederate, or if you make a military alliance with an AI faction, getting them to confederate with you becomes virtually impossible at that point. Because one of the things that factors into confederation for the AI is like how powerful you are from like a military perspective. And if you make a military alliance with the AI, it starts to count your military power as part of their military power. So they think that they're as powerful as you are, and so it becomes like impossible to confederate them. That may have changed, but I'm pretty sure that's still the case. Floatstro, I hear you, brother. So, I could get them in a military alliance and then try to confederate them, but it's not going to work, unfortunately. I'm trying to be super nice here and let him become bros with me through confederation, but I'll attack him sooner or later because I want that land. Angron or Valkia? I don't know anything about Angron. Like, I know he's corn-aligned and I know he's really angry all the time, and I think he's a world eater. But, like, that's it. That's where the line stops. Undertaker. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I like to think that a major reason a lot of people like my channel and like the stuff I do is because I genuinely love it a lot and I get really excited talking about it. So I really hope that when people come and watch my videos and all that stuff, that's part of what they get from it, is that they understand that I'm super excited and having an absolute ball, and they're like, I like that. Like, I assume that's one of the reasons that people like things here. May not be the case, but, you know. He's a demon Primarch. If Primarchs are as powerful as I've been told they are, then I would imagine the demon Primarchs would smash Valkia pretty hard. But doesn't... Oh no, that's right, she's a warrior, never mind. I was like, doesn't Valkia exist in 40k? Nope, wrong book. Hey, it's Queek. We should fuck him up. That'll be a fun war. He's the Primarch of the World Eaters. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We'll kill the Greenskins first, then we'll deal with Queek. Thanks, the Goran. Crisp. That's funny, Crisp. I like that. I wasn't sure where that comment was going when I read because we can't. I was like, I don't know if I like where this is going. But then I got to the last part. That's funny. Oh yeah, dude. Man, the Tomb King trailer was so good. The Vampire Coast trailer was better, but the Tomb King trailer was pretty hot. It was the best one up to that point. Fucking move, you stupid greenskins. I do need to be careful though. If those greenskins attack me, I don't actually have a way to deal with them. Come here, orcs. I wish to tell you a story about, or a joke, but you have to lean into my horned one's mouth to hear it properly. It's very particular about how it works. There are rules about these sorts of things. What non-Seraphon fluff are you looking forward to the most in Age of Sigmar? Joe Woodland. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but they have announced the Skaven book is coming out this month. And to say that I am excited is like saying that being forced to march up Mount Everest naked would be unpleasant. I am so excited. It is funny I should learn English from school. I live in Poland, but instead I watch you. Well, for my lore videos, I'm okay with that because I use really proper grammar and like I try hard when I'm writing those scripts. From just my live streams, you'll learn a lot of you'll learn a very particular form of English. Yeah, the Bretonia trailer was so good too. Yeah, that was a good one. Them just reading the vows. Did he seriously just run away from me? Alright, fuck it. I'll just kill Queek then. Sup, Queek? You want to go? Is that a Tomb King or Khalida? Oh, it's just a Tomb King. Hey, bro, come help me with this fight. We'll fight side by side. It'll be awesome. Oh, no. Critical failure. Oh, he'll be back. Oh, well, that just means I'll save money by not doing hero actions for a few turns. Can I do a lore video on Hellbrand? Sure. It's on the list. It's just not time for it yet. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Moonlit Fairy. Yeah, I mean, I go really hard on my lore videos, like trying to create like a super specific atmosphere and keep it like professional / epic / academic and try and really sell it as a narrative. But I like to be very relaxed and chill in person, so. Plus, my favorite streamers that I watch, I don't like people that are super high energy, because that tends to exhaust me. Who's my favorite 40k faction? I'm partial to the Tyranids. Tyranids are the closest thing to Lizardmen, seeing as they were originally designed as space Lizardmen, but then at some point got turned into bugs. But I really like Tyranids. Okay, guys, it's a team fight. Let's do this. It's a team up. Shagrit, definitely. Yeah, if there's no Ark of Sotek or red-crested skinks in some capacity, yeah, I'm pretty... I would be a little upset. Tyranids seem to basically be the Zerg. Well, seeing as the Tyranids were the Zerg before the Zerg existed, then yes, you're correct. What noise is that? Oh, it's a new patron. Thanks, Adam. It's not supposed to do that, but Alert Box doesn't do what I tell it to, so it just plays a stock image. So, yeah. All right, guys, it's time for a team up of the old boys. No, I meant if they were the only 2 units for Lizzie's. Oh, that would be horrible. What's up with the excitement about the Flesh Eater Courts book? Didn't we already get that? Yeah, Chris, we already had a Flesh Eater Court book, but we're getting a new book. So it's just an update for 2nd edition. But that means it's going to be a lot bigger of a book. It has way more lore. They're getting some new units. I know they're getting a new character and I think 1 new unit. They're getting a new terrain piece and they're getting their endless spells. And it's hopefully going to upgrade their lore to talk about the AOS version of Ushoran. And maybe include rules for them. We don't know yet. We're not sure what all that book has in it yet. They haven't revealed any details. Other than we know it has 1 new character because he's in the new starter box for Age of Sigmar. Because the new starter box is Skaven versus Flesh Eater Courts. But I am very excited because one of the things I hated about the Clan Pestilence book and the original Flesh Eater Court book is that they were so thin and they had virtually no lore. Like, they were just super basic and it sucked. Blizzard lost a lawsuit about Zerg versus Tyranids, if I remember right. I doubt that oh, Blizzard lost a lawsuit. Well, that would probably be true, seeing as the Tyranids existed first. the Zergs, the original Zerg from and Warcraft and Starcraft were originally. So, if y'all have never heard this story, a long time ago, there was once a company called Blizzard, and Blizzard was a cool company full of a bunch of nerds who were awesome and wanted to make cool games. And one of the games they wanted to make is they wanted to adapt the Warhammer, the Games Workshop license of the Warhammer series to make their own, to make a video game. But they wanted creative rights over it to develop the game as much as they desired, and Games Workshop was not cool with this. So Games Workshop, and also Games Workshop was a bunch of dicks back then. And so Games Workshop said, no, fuck you, you can't make a Warhammer game. And Blizzard said, okay, cool, well, we already kind of started making a Warhammer and Warhammer 40k game, so we're going to change it a little bit, and we're going to call it Warcraft and Starcraft instead, and it's going to start off super similar to your IP of Warhammer and Warhammer 40k, but as it gets older, it's going to totally turn into its own thing. And then it did, and it was awesome. But if Games Workshop hadn't been such a big bag of dicks back then we could have potentially just had a really cool... I mean, imagine if Warcraft had been Warhammer and Starcraft had been Warhammer 40k. Imagine how different the fantasy and sci-fi world would be now with how big those games have become in, like, the modern gaming world. It'd be totally different. So many things would be totally different. But, considering the piece of shit that Blizzard has become since they merged with Activision, I'm really glad that didn't happen. Because Games Workshop is awesome now, and now Blizzard's the piece of shit, because the world's a cycle and everything's a joke. Apparently. Ah, Curse, thanks, man. Alright, hurry up, Tomb Kings. Let's go smash some rat boys. Oh, I think those rat boys are coming to meet me. There's Queek. Let's get him, Krokar. Could Grimgor survive in World of Warcraft? Probably. I imagine he'd be just fine. Go get him, Big Daddy. You fucking weak. Alright, the undead boys will catch up. Let's go. Priest, you know the drill. Stick it on. Deal with that warp lightning cannon. To the front! To the front! Pterodons, bring it around. Cav, charge. give Prokar some space. Oh! Perfect. Don't let him get away. So falls Quick Head Taker. Hey, viewer. How would an elves undivided army work in AOS? Probably not super well, seeing as the elves are kind of quite different now. They're like completely different species. Like, well, I guess you could run Elves Unified because they're all going to be Order factions. So, yeah, I guess you could. It would just be bizarre. Alright, Queek's dead. I'll let you decide to do with the remains because I do not want a mountain. Mountains can bite it as far as I'm concerned. Let's, get Cunning. Oh, baby. A little worried about those orcs. We should head back. I just wanted to punch Queek in the face. What's the lore behind the Necrofex Colossus? So, long story short, the Necrofex Colossus is basically when a necromancer who wants to be like super... It takes a very, very powerful necromancer or vampire, but generally it's a necromancer. Basically what you do is you take... First, you gather a assembly of random materials. Like a boat. And a bunch of pieces of timber and some metal scraps and whatever you have on hand. Or giant pieces of bone or just stone. You know, something that makes an approximate shape of a body for the outline. Then you need to make the core of the Necrofex Colossus. For a Necrofex Colossus to function, it needs to basically be a vortex of death magic. Or dark magic. Both, technically. Because otherwise it can't sustain itself. So what they do is first, they design like the muscular parts of its body. And so what they do is they basically take hundreds of human corpses, and the necromancer will very carefully remove all of their tendons and their muscles and all of the bits that aren't bone, like fat and all that stuff, and they use it to graft together all the different metallic life, what do you call it? All of the objects that are going to make up like the arms and the legs and stuff. So all that red stuff tying them together, it's literally human muscle and fat that's been sewn and and melded together using necromancy to create a functioning muscle system. Inorganics, thank you. Once that part is done and the entire body is connected by all that human tissue, what they'll then do is they will take hundreds of corpses and they will stuff it into the center of the Necrofex. So it gets just packed with bodies. And depending on the necromancer, some of them do this the convenient way and some of them do it the hard way. The hard way is to sew in all the bodies yourself. The easy way is like how the Necrofex Colossus that we see in game is created, which is that a necromancer will generally find a ship full of people and they will do everything in their power to make sure it is full of as many occupants as possible, and then they will summon a storm and sink the ship, killing everyone inside, and will use them as the base material. Then what they do is, after that part's completed and you have all those corpses of people stuck in the center, which will basically suck in all of the dark and death magic, because dark and death magic are drawn to horrific acts and places where a lot of death has occurred and a lot of intense emotions of fear, terror, and hatred have been felt, and a lot of blood has been spilt. What you do is then you need a living person. You need a single living person who has immense willpower. So usually what they'll do is they'll like attack a group of adventurers and try and find out who among them is the most willful and the most strong-minded and the most powerful in a spiritual sense. And what you do with them is you chop off their arms and legs, generally. You don't have to, but most do, just to make it easier. And you sew them into that webbing of corpses that makes up the center of the Necrofex's body. You physically graft them into it. And then you do a massive summoning spell using that person as the brain of the Necrofex. And it will come to life, and all of the bodies and tissue that's a part of it will animate, and it will stand up and begin to move, and the Necromancer uses the living person as a crux to be its mind and its brain, and they control that person due to the sheer amount of necromancy going on to control the rest of the construct. And that is a Necrofex Colossus. Yeah, they're pretty awful. They can be further augmented, like if you use a wizard, like a necromancer or a vampire. Well, actually, if you take a vampire, if you like butcher a vampire and spill all the blood in its corpse into a Necrofex Colossus, you can give it vampire blood at that point, which if you do, it gives it the ability to regenerate. So as bits of it are blown off and stuff, they'll naturally be drawn back to it, and it'll start putting itself back together. Or if you use a necromancer instead of a regular dude as the core, if you use a necromancer and sew them into the core, then they will be in control of it. And although it's a pretty painful process, if they succeed, then not only are they in full control of the Necrofex, but they also still they retain the ability to cast magic. And now, so then the Necrofex has the ability to cast magic. It's pretty wild. Is Vermintide 2 cross-platform? I don't know. I don't play it that much. I play it a little bit from time to time, but I don't really have a group. This is going to sound bad, but I don't really have like a core group I super like playing with, just because the kind of people that I like to play games with, like my really good friends, don't like games like Vermintide. So, why do we have Supreme Sorceresses but not Archmages? Dimitri, as soon as CA puts me on their payroll and starts inviting me to meetings where they explain all their business decisions, I'll let you know. What about the Regiment of Renown? How's the fire torch work? Instead of a cannon, you just attach a flamethrower to it. That's not magic, that's just mechanics. Or engineering. Yeah, I know. I'll just call up CA on my superhero speed dial. Y'all ever watch the Powerpuff Girls where they have like that red phone that the mayor always calls when he needs to summon them? Yeah, CA has that, but it's for me. Totally. Everyone knows that I'm actually a CA informant.
What you want?
Jailer asks, "Hi, I'm new to the Total coming from World of Warcraft. I was wondering what faction I should play. I like orcs and WoW, but they seem different here." So Jailer, orcs, yeah, orcs and Warcraft are so the orcs in Warcraft, when they were full of demon blood and they were like constantly berserking, those are more similar to Warhammer's greenskins. Warhammer's greenskins are more of a destructive force of a bunch of super crazy guys that are so bizarrely insane and care only about violence that it genuinely gets really funny. They're much more of like a race of hooligans and just problem causers who just like to run around and bash stuff. And they're super strong, and well, orcs are only care about fighting generally and are super comical in that approach, in that all they care about is a good fight, and they will do anything to get a good fight, and nothing else really matters to them. Like, greenskins don't have a sense of love or emotions other than like anger and joy from fighting, and like that's it. So oh my god, there's beastmen now? Jesus. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of similarities between the orcs of Warcraft, like WoW Warcraft, and the greenskins of Warhammer Fantasy. I will say a race that you would probably like a lot coming from WoW, if you like the more noble races, I would probably advise you to check out Bretonnia. Bretonnia is super fun, and they are as noble as you can be in Warhammer. Warhammer is a much darker universe than Warcraft is. Warhammer has a bunch of species and races that are... There's no good guys in Warhammer, is kind of the famous saying. Like, everybody has a dark side to them. You know, where either they're very bigoted or racist, or they have a classist system where they, like, really look down on people, or, you know, just lots of things. There's no good guys like there are in... Like, in Warcraft, there are people that you could say they are good. Like, you know, I don't think anybody could argue that Thrall is bad. You know, Green Jesus is called Green Jesus for a good reason. You're not going to find that in Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy is a much darker fantasy universe than Warcraft is. And it's kind of more about endless war and violence. It's just a matter of figuring out what form you prefer to wage that violence in. And if you prefer to side with the good guys, who aren't so much good as they are just people who like to build civilizations, or if you'd rather side with the bad guys, who are known as destruction, who aren't necessarily evil, though almost all of them are, they just live to tear down civilization in all forms. Well, Crisps, in the grand scheme of Warhammer Fantasy, Franz is, by fantasy standards, a great person. But yes, I don't think it was Franz himself that ordered the Reichsguard to run down the window tax riots. I think that was more than likely an order given by someone else in the rulers of the Reichland. Franz probably wasn't even involved in the window tax riots. But it's hard to say without, like, knowing for sure. Franz is generally super busy. But who knows? He might have ordered it. I mean, if the window tax riots started getting violent, which they probably did, then yeah, he very well could have told them to riot everybody down. And been like, alright, whatever, what are you going to do about it? And everybody would have said nothing, because he's Karl frickin' Franz, and he's the Emperor. And compared to many things in the world, he's precious and deserves to be protected. Is my idiot ally finally about to get the bucket? As I watch patiently from the shadows. $200 goblins with swords and shields versus 3 black orcs. I'm pretty sure the goblins would win because goblins fight dirty. That's a lot of goblins, dude. Undertaker, that's true. Yeah. Well, the Burgermeisters of Altdorf would not stand for riots. I mean, if the Reichsguard hadn't ridden them down, then one of the personal mercenary companies of the merchants of Altdorf certainly would have. Looks like he took damage, but he's not dead. Oh, he super fortified his city. Damn. Come out here and fight alongside me. Oh, wait. We're not at war. Or I'm not at war with them. Can I go back to war with the Greenskins without it making me evil?
In my hand, so I can smack
It says
you
it can. I can, but I'm going to be patient for a moment. They're beastmen now. I could get him killed by the beastmen. Or I could just kill him myself and move everything along finally. This seems like the more reasonable idea. Oh, I can replace this thing. Nice. Because we're at full growth, so I don't need it anymore. Yeah, I guess I'll deal with all this garbage myself.
Where's my manners? Come.
Come out of there. Fight alongside me. Everyone in Warhammer are just different levels of asshole. Yeah, pretty much. King Lewin versus 1,000 storm vermin. Who would win? If the storm vermin fought to the death, like they were like mind controlled to be unbreakable, then the storm vermin would definitely win. If they were acting like regular Skaven, Lewin actually would have a reasonable chance in that fight because he's really scary. And Skaven are cowardly. Well, yeah, Lewin can beat greater demons, yeah. Grimgor in naked wrestling versus 200 orcs in naked wrestling. Grimgor, easily. Punk? You freaking what? I hate that the AI prioritizes the player as an enemy over all other forms of logic. That's one of the big design flaws I think this game has. Like, it makes the world unconvincing that the AI prioritizes the player as an enemy. Instead of just prioritizing enemies, like, based on how threatening they are or how weak or strong they are. You win this battle, says $5. I don't think I'm going to take that bet. I mean, I could purposely lose it just so I could win the bet, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to be a jerk. just deploy everyone, all my guys next to the edge of the map and just hit flee. Oh, $5 for winning. Oh, I could do that. Hell, I think I could do that with like just my Skink Priest and Krokgar. Man, it sucks that Grimlock takes all the way to level 18 to unlock now. I think he used to take to level like 14. I mean, it's more balanced, but I really like just getting Grimlock super early. Because Krokgar doesn't really feel like Krokgar without Grimlock, you know? They're two halves of the same whole, man. One without the other is just unsettling. Oh, they're way the hell back there. Here, let's redeploy over to this hill. The jungle maps are all super annoying, considering that the Lizardmen, despite the fact that they live in jungles as a species, don't have any bonuses to fighting in jungles. Like, they take just as many penalties as everybody else does. It's dumb. At least he doesn't have to wait till 22 like Skull Muncha? Are you serious, Liam? Oh, that doesn't sound good. That sounds That makes no sense. Skull Muncher should be 14 at the latest. Fuck. I'll check that before I log off today. Because I will legitimately shoot an email about that. Because that was something they had to fix in this game. Because one of the things that was wrong with this game that I remember I like badgered the shit out of somebody I knew at CA about was that you didn't get Skull Muncher until like level 18, and it made Azhag literally unplayable. Because he's just so garbage on foot. And he doesn't have any other mount options. Like, that was the biggest thing. Like, if Azhag could, like, ride a boar at level 3, well, then it'd be like, alright, whatever. Like, Skull Muncher would just be the best mount. But what was the battle where Grimlock died? It was the final battle of Lustria. In the end times. It was, like, the last battle of Lustria. He got hit by Skrulk's Rod of Corruption, and it killed him instantly. It basically just, like, instantly aged him until he was just a dried husk, and then Krokar got super pissed, and Krokar got really pissed and beat the shit out of Skrulk. And Skrulk should have died, but he didn't. It's not really clear. He was basically dead, but we didn't officially get a body, so you know how that is. Why are they all going around the side? Oh, because I've got a cav army back there. Fall back. Krokar, let's go hunting. I think I hit more swords than anything else with that. Could backfire. Ooh. That looks fun. Alright, boys, have fun. Push him out. Shoot him! No, he's too close. Is Kolek's size lore accurate? No, he should be a bit bigger. He's not colossal compared to how he is in Total War Warhammer, but he's a good bit bigger than that. Because the thing with him is that Prague had really fairly large walls, kind of like how we see in Total War Warhammer. Like the walls in the Warhammer universe are kind of big and exaggerated, and Kolek's head came up over the wall, kind of like the Attack on Titan scene. Have you ever seen the pilot episode? He's not as big as that Titan was. The walls in Attack on Titan are much, much bigger than anything in Warhammer Fantasy. But, yeah. Christopher, thanks, man. What force in Warhammer 2 is the most destructive? Skaven. By far. They just have more numbers. They can get more done. Can you imagine if he was lore accurate in game? Yeah. I mean, he would be big, but he'd be about just as strong, quite frankly. I mean, Kolek is beatable in the lore. Like, he's a powerful character, but he's not by any means invincible. I mean, he got owned by a group of wizards. They sealed him up in an icicle, and we're like, all right, we're done. let's hightail it out of here. Like, I'll put it this way, if Kolek Suneater was leading, like, an invasion of the Empire, I think there are heroes in the Empire who would be able to bring him down. Not alone, more than likely, because he is a big deal, but there are ways he could be defeated. Like, enough cannons, for instance. Cannons would hurt him just as bad. Yeah, that's it exactly. Kolek did get slapped with an ice wall for his troubles. The Lizardmen were like, or the High Elves were like, we're just gonna seal you up in this giant ice bubble for all of eternity. And then some jerk Chaos Wizard busted him out. Alright. Oaks, Locks, whatever the hell your name is, I've had it with you. Yeah, I'll deal with you, Beastman, after I deal with him. I've had enough of your garbage sitting around there not accepting my diplomacy things. It ends today. You're a dead man walking, son. You just don't know it yet. Did I have a good time? Yes. I actually think I'm going to play some more Return of Reckoning later tonight. Hendrik, dwarves are also a lot stronger than most people think. Dwarves are tough, is the big thing. Dwarves are very tough, and they have a very, very low center of gravity. So they're actually incredibly dangerous in one-on-one fights. But, like, there are dwarves that can kill greenskins one-on-one. But dwarves are stronger and much tougher than humans. They're just shorter. Because, contrary to the way it may appear in people's minds, dwarves are not just short humans. Dwarves are a little bit shorter than humans. Not super short, but a little bit shorter than humans. But they're much wider and broader than we are. Like, imagine if my shoulders, like, went out to here. You know? Like, dwarves are very bulky. Nope. You had your chance, Greenskins, but you failed me. So I've come to put you down like the scourge you are. I wish there were Savage Orc heroes in Total War Warhammer. Me too, man. Hopefully we get... I would really like us to get either a I would like a Savage Orc Great Shaman Lord. Or a Savage Orc War Boss. One of the two. And then I want a Black Orc Big Boss, which is the hero version. Though I would accept a Savage Orc Big Boss hero if he had, like, anti-large. That could be cool. While the Black Orc was maybe, like, anti-infantry and really high armor piercing. How long can a dwarf live? Couple hundred years. 400 is really old for a dwarf. So they generally live somewhere in the ballpark of 300 to 400 years old before dying of old age. There are exceptions, but that's the general rule. Some dwarves live much longer. Like, I think Thorgrim's a little older than that. Did Lizardmen ever domesticate anything? No, not really. They use the dinosaurs we know, like stegodons and stuff. I'll put it this way: with the exception of Carnosaurs, most Lizardmen use dinosaurs like stegodons as beasts of burden, like to help with city work and stuff. They were not originally designed as beasts of war. The exception to that is stuff like Carnosaurs. Carnosaurs are purely used for hunting and war. Not counting Lizardmen, which race has the longest lives? Well, the immortal races... Oh, one sec, chat. I'll put it this way. The longest living race who are not immortal are elves. By far. When it comes to immortality, the races that, from what we can tell, do not die of old age are greenskins. See, greenskins don't die of old age. Though they can get old. Like, some of them can get old enough that they start to have problems due to old age. But that's pretty rare. And seems to be more due to authors not checking their sources than actual, like, supported evidence. But greenskins are functionally immortal. So are demons are truly immortal. You can't. There are ways to kill demons, but it's super hard. You basically have to use like a god tier weapon, like a reality bender, because of course in Warhammer Fantasy there are weapons that can bend reality. And guys, this is actually going to be the last battle for now, because my birthday dinner is ready, so I'm going to go downstairs and celebrate with my family. After this, or after that, I might be back on later tonight, but if I am, I'm going to be back over on Twitch, because I want to play some Return of Reckoning and level up my character. Yeah. Can the Sword of Cain bend reality? No. No, Sword of Cain is not a reality bender. It's just really powerful. But the Sword of Cain cannot permakill demons. It can only kill them temporarily. Just like regular weapons. Widowmaker is strong, but it's not quite that strong. Was the Warp Sword of Cain strong enough? No. No, the elves don't have a reality bending weapon. The only races that have reality bending weapons are the Demons of Chaos. The Tomb Kings invented one, and the Lizardmen have one. Those are the only ones in existence, if I remember correctly. Thanks, Hypnotize. I appreciate it, man. Oh, there he is. I was wondering who was leading this little snafu. And now he's dead. Rip. Oh, the Warp Sword of Cain was powerful enough to kill demons, but it was not enough to... It's not enough to perma-kill them, I should say. What was the Tomb King reality bending weapon? Oh, Fellblade? I don't know. Fellblade... No. I don't think Fellblade could perma-kill demons. No. If it could, it would have been able to perma-kill Nagash, and it failed to do that. What is Return of Reckoning? Black Feathers, it's Warhammer Online, Age of Reckoning, but it's returned. we have a Discord server thing about it. So go get on the Discord and go down to the ROR channel and get some info there. Yes, the Blade of Eternity. Yep, Blade of Eternity is the it's the Destroyer of Eternities. The Destroyer of Eternities is the Tomb King weapon. I'm gonna sack it, then take it. Is that like money? Ooh, the war drums. That's really good on a Pterodon rider. So Black Feathers, get on there, and when I get on later tonight, you can join our guild. We're playing Destruction mainly. When's the next lore video? When it's done. And not a moment before. Thunder Lizards would be awesome. Also hilariously overpowered if they were even remotely to scale. But yes, they would be kind of cool, I guess. Oh, finally. Big dino building. Actually, this building kind of sucks here, now that I think about it. Because I don't have a temple. So I'm not going to be able to build, like, I can't get the Bastillodons. So we should build this somewhere else. Like Teotihuacan. And in the meantime, let's upgrade this and this. Alright, chat, that's going to be it for me here today. If you would like to join me later today, be sure to join my Discord community, which you can find a link for in the description of this live stream. Save. And I'll see you guys later tonight. And if you don't want to play Age of Reckoning, but you would like to watch and just keep chilling with me, then just keep an eye out on here on the YouTube. And I will post on the community tab, I will post a message letting you guys know when we're going to go live on Twitch. So, yeah. Thanks again so much, everyone, for all the birthday messages. Thank you all so much for the... thank you all so much for the birthday messages. Thank you all so much for the donations. Those of you who did, I very, very much appreciate it. It's been a good day. So thanks again to you all so much for watching. I've had a blast. I'll be back later tonight for some MMO action over on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Loremaster of Sotek. If you just want to go over there and wait, I probably will be on in less than an hour. But I'm going to let my throat rest for a bit from talking and all that jazz. In any event, thanks again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're not going to be joining us later tonight, I'll definitely be on tomorrow morning, hopefully with some Battlefleet Gothic. Thanks for watching, guys. Bye.